हॅलो. हॅलो. माझं कनेक्ट झालं सर.
कनेक्ट आहे तुमचं, कनेक्ट आहे.
हॅलो.
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 हॅलो. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. हॅलो.
हा, गुड मॉर्निंग. येतोय सर आवाज?
आवाज येते सर?
येतोय सर, येतो.
हॅलो.
हा, येतोय सर आवाज.
आवाज येतोय म्हटलं तुमचा. आवाज येतोय की सर? हा. हॅलो.
हा, मोरे सर, आवाज येतोय सर?
हा, आवाज येतोय सर?
येतो, छान आवाज येतो, काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही, छान आहे.
सर्वजण आलेत का? मी विक्रम बोलतोय.
नमस्कार सर.
नमस्कार सर, सर्वजण आलेत?
हो, येत आहेत.
ओके, डॉक्टर भटकर सर 5 मिनिटात जॉईन होत आहेत.
हो.
पुरे सर, आवाज येतोय का?
हो, येतोय सर आवाज.
हॅलो.
येतोय आवाज येतोय सर.
थँक्यू सर. ते सॉफ्टवेअर वाले तयार आहेत का?
नमस्ते भटकर सर.
नमस्कार.
सर गुड मॉर्निंग.
नमस्कार सर. गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
सर नमस्कार.
गुड मॉर्निंग. नमस्कार.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
सर गुड मॉर्निंग नमस्कार सर
Good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Namaskar,
Good
Savana.
morning.
जयपुरकर
काम करायचं तुम्ही नव्हे.
ओरिएंटेशन झालेलं आहे त्यानंतर झालं प्रोग्राम सेकंड ओरिएंटेशन 5 मिनिटं बोलायचं आहे ना हे आपले प्रोग्राम सरांनी विजिट केली कुठे काय करणार काय वर्ड पाहिजे कोण सांगून एवढे काम केलं
सर विद्यापीठ
मला पण तयारी आहे तिथे ते येऊन जाईल ना ही PDF फाईल दाखवून देऊ शकतो आपण
कशी किती करता तुम्ही
A very good morning to all. I, Dr. Yadav Kumar Maule, Coordinator, Participating Institute, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, feel great privilege to welcome you all, honorable dignitaries, on behalf of Regional Coordinating Institute, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for the e-portal launching and one-day e-workshop in collaboration with Regional Coordinating Institute, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, and Regional Coordinating Institute, Vishwesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, on the topic Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, a synergic journey of higher educational institutes towards the inclusive rural development process. Today, our Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, to join the program to health issue. So, we have our Pro Vice Chancellor with us as chairman. May I request Dr. Rajesh Jaipurkar sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor and Chairman RCI, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, to kindly occupy the chair as chairman.
नमस्कार
May
गुड
I
मॉर्निंग वन
request
एंड ऑल
on
नमस्कार
May I request Honorable Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, as Chairman, National Steering Committee, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and Chancellor, Nalanda University, Bihar, to kindly occupy the chair as a chief guest.
Thank you.
May I request Professor V.K. Vijay, National Coordinator, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, IIT Delhi, and again, due to some unable to join, Professor Pramod Yevle sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Amravati. Dr. Pramod M. Padore sir, Director, Vishwesvaraya Institute of Technology, Nagpur, and our Registrar, Dr. Tushar R. Deshmukhji, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, to kindly occupy the chair as a guest of honor. Now, I would like to request Professor Vijay Kumar and Professor Priyanka Kaushal, National Coordinator, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, IIT Delhi, to kindly occupy the chair as a resource person. Today's workshop, the aim of this workshop is to orient and motivate the newly joined institutions and the institutions which are remained to be joined in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and also inspire them to work with the people of rural India in identifying development challenges and evolving appropriate solutions for accelerating sustainable growth. The official website of RCI, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, will be inaugurated in the gracious presence of Honorable Chief Guest of the program. This program is divided into two sessions, that is session 1, inauguration, and session 2, workshop lectures by the eminent resource persons. I request you all participants kindly note the schedule and stay with us in both the sessions. It's my privilege and feel proud to invite Honorable Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, Chief Guest and inaugurator of the e-web portal launching and one-day e-workshop for official declaration of the inauguration. Now I invite Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Professor V.K. Vijay, I'm not seeing him now here, but okay. Okay, Professor Rajesh Jaipurkar, Professor Director NSS, and all those are distinguished people who are present for this inaugural function. Thank you. Now, of course, we have a very pleasant task to do the inauguration of the web portal. Web portal, of course, is a gateway. Web portal itself means the gateway to what we are going to do in this program, particularly pertaining to the program which is related to the regional coordinating institutions under RCI is here. And of course, we are going to rather, I would say that give a direction. We are also taking a review of what we have what we have seen so far and what is the way forward. But before we do that, I think we have to inaugurate, traditionally, of course, on this screen. So I think let us go ahead with the inauguration of the web portal to begin with. Do that. Yes. So the portal has been inaugurated. So are we going to go through the whole
Yeah.
portal? Yes.
Yes, sir.
So who is going to do that? present.
Okay.
Yes, we are seeing now the different pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Our honorable governor is inaugurating, and last time we had a wonderful function here where this was Unnat Bharat Abhiyan 2.0 was inaugurated. At times, of course, the Vice Chancellor was there. Honorable Governor, of course, inaugurated the whole event. We are seeing the pictures here. Lokarpan Sola. It is a great fulfillment for Maharashtra as well as the Vidarbha region to see these activities being launched in different ways, which will be, of course, today covered after the portal inauguration in the workshop. What are the different challenges of linking higher educational institutions with the villages of India? So that is hopefully the portal is now I'm seeing in English. It will be in Hindi also, and as planned, it will be also in Marathi. Vision and mission defined. Yes. It will be explained by some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
So this is a vision and mission included over here regarding Unnat Bharat Abhiyan vision and mission, and here our associates. So the associated institutions logos are given over here on the website, so that we can drag the information by clicking on the logos. So these all logos belonging to the institutions belonging to the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and also you can say the RCI partners. Here about us. Please click on about us. Yeah, so in about us, the information regarding RCI is given. Also, there is a vision and mission is also given regarding the RCI. So those who are new belonging to this field, they can know about the what is the vision of RCI and mission of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And then there is a administration. In administration, there are two parts. That is the administration of RCI. So in this particular thing, there is a advisor of RCI, Dr. Archana Barabde, and coordinator and co-coordinator of RCI. And the details of staff is given over here. These staffs are appointed as per the NCI guidelines. So these things we can assess by using the clicking on administration. Here again there is a participant institutions information. So Dr. Yadav Kumar Mavle is a coordinator of participant institutions, and all the details are given regarding the participant institutions over here. Then next is the networking of RCI. So in which there is a flow chart is given. This is the networking of regional networking formed by the RCI Santa Gadgibaba Amravati University for the smooth and speedy coordination of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan activities in the region in a regional level. So here there is a steering committee. This committee represented by all vice chancellors and directors under the jurisdiction of RCI. The RCI the regional coordination committee is there, the university coordination committee is there, and the district coordination committee. So these things are there, and this is the initiative taken up by the RCI Santa Gadgibaba Amravati University for the speedy coordination of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan mission. And there is a information regarding the participant institutions. Yeah, so there is steering committee is there. So this is a steering committee which is constituted by RCI Santa Gadgibaba Amravati University, represented by the members belonging to the national institutions belonging to the jurisdiction area. So this is a steering committee which is involved in the framing the policies of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan mission of RCI Santa Gadgibaba Amravati University, belonging to the all members represented by the different institutions belonging to the jurisdiction area of RCI Santa Gadgibaba Amravati University. And there is a regional coordination committee also, which is also playing important role in the actual framing the action plan of RCI Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University. So these committee represented by the all coordinators of universities and institution belonging to jurisdiction area. And there is a university coordination committee for the doing any action plan at the university level. There is station and professors. These are involved in this particular committee. So this is university coordination committee involved in working in the university level. Then here, yeah, there is a district coordination committee for the enhancement and effective coordination at district level. There is a district coordinators. These district coordinators are also there, and their names are there. Details are given. And this is the information regarding participant institutes. So the institutions which are belonging to the RCI, which are belonging to the jurisdiction area of RCI, these all details information is given over here regarding the participating institutes under the RCI Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University. So there is a document which is uploaded over here. So through which we can get the details about the participating institutions which are belonging to the RCI. It taking time because of the network issue. And here there is a documentation. So please click on the documentation. To assess the information regarding the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, what is meant by Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So you can assess through these documents. So here there is the information is given in two form, that is in English and in Hindi. So all this is the brochure of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is uploaded over here. Then what is the concept of Unnat Bharat is also given over here. Annual report of the RCI, which is also given over here. Quarterly report which is prepared by the RCI also given over here, and webinars and the meeting which are conducted by the RCI also given over here. So all the some key information which is belonging to the RCI, which is uploaded over here for the information of the public. These are some technology which are identified by the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. This document is also uploaded over here. So the information which is required to study to understand the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is implementation is the framework and action plan. So all these things are uploaded over here. So any person can access these things from the website. Please click on the activities. So these are some snaps belonging to the activity performed by the RCI Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University. So these snaps are uploaded over here. And next is our associates. Yeah, so these are the snaps. These our associates. So associates which are belonging to the jurisdiction area are given over here. So if someone wants to learn or wants to get the information belonging to the associates, they can click on this. Click on the here and they can get the information. And the associates which are belonging to the national level, these are also given over here. So anyone can access the information belonging to the associates of RCI from this page. And for contact details, here for contact details also given, and map also provided over here. So if a person is unknown, new, belonging to the campus, so he can reach to the destination by using the map also. So map is also given over here. So this is the user-friendly website is created by the RCI to explore, to publish, to popularize the information about the work done of RCI in the respective area and in the nationwide. We can publish this information. So this is a brief introduction of the website of RCI. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir for inaugural speech.
Thank you. I think that was a very brief inauguration of the portal, which has to be integral part of the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan itself as a portal at the national level. As we see that we are organized at the national level, at regional level, and at the participating institution level. While reflecting on that, on this web portal, I think in this way, this is a new developmental paradigm which we are trying to pursue in the context of our national development. One very important observation which came when Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program was launched was India is a great nation of villages. Mahatma Gandhi used to say that India has 7 lakh villages, and our development of nation, his dream of development of Bharat or India at that time was that we have to begin from the bottom. That is, I think that he was insisting, he was continuously writing on that without the development of villages, without self-reliant villages, self-sufficient villages, what we are talking about Atmanirbhar, India cannot be truly developed. Now this statement of Mahatma Gandhi was again recalled while launching Unnat Bharat Abhiyan at that time, and also when I think our Prime Minister address on 15th August during his first term, Lal Killa, he also gave a clarion call that we have to begin from bottom, and he quoted Mahatma Gandhi at that time. I think so. How do we translate that vision? Where do we begin from this? Now, there are various strategies. Mahatma Gandhi articulated strategies at that time, they're relevant at that time. But in the current context, I think what we talked, one of the ideas which I think we had advanced at that time while inaugurating the inauguration or Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program, it was called Unnat Bharat program at that time by many people who participated in the national workshop and who decided what should be the strategy for development of Unnat Bharat at that time. So many institutions were present, so many directors were present, so many people with the government, particularly the ministers at that time, were present for this workshop. It rarely happens that all the ministers who are connected with the program are present in one workshop, in this intensive workshop that went on, which was chaired by the then Education Minister, Srimati Smriti Irani. And she was so inspired, perhaps at the time, that she declared the launch of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan through the then MHRD. I think, and then this program has been evolving since then. There have been many challenges because developing a village is not a function of one ministry, one department. It involves almost like all aspects of our governance of the country, including the Panchayat Raj institutions, which we are now learning how to manage how to govern the country. So at that time, this program, when it was launched, it was unanimous opinion that Unnat Bharat means Unnat Gram. And Unnat Bharat is not feasible or possible without development of our villages. Now India has 7 lakh villages. We count 6,40,000 or 6,80,000 villages. Different figures are coming. I think the entire surveys we show that there are so many gram panchayats, 2.5 lakh gram panchayats, 6.8 lakh villages, and this is a massive scale development which has to take place in the context of our country, and particularly noting the character of our country, that it will be dominantly, I think it has been so far dominantly, the people depending on their subsistence, and they're on the village economy, on agriculture predominantly, and this has got a very special feature. We are realizing that this is a very robust architecture from the Vedic times, I think, which we have pursued, which had sustained for a long time. Although the urban population is growing, but there is increasing revolution, I think, realization that the architecture of village-based economy will strongly, though massive urbanization will continue to take place, must remain like this, particularly in the context of the climate change issues which we have seen. We are currently going through the COVID challenge. I think when humanity never faced, never anticipated, with so many universities, so many thinkers, so many planners being there. I think we never anticipated that nowhere in the world that a epidemic or pandemic like this will come and envelop the entire world. Now, it is in this context we need to look at the developmental models, because the previous development models which we have seen, which are experienced and they developed the capitalistic economies or the socialistic economies, the communist economies, or different political systems, I think none of them seem to be having it really sustainable. It is in this context we need to relook at our developmental model. And that is very important. And I think that our Vedic rishis were right. I think in that sense that we started developing. We had, of course, different nagars which were coming up, but it's a predominantly a village-based economy. And for this, I think we have come out with the Panchayat Raj institutional framework, which came after independence. It is in this context and kind of calamities and pandemics which we are facing. I think we are seeing that this is a more robust architecture, better architecture, and what we should do. And therefore, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has a special role to play. That in case of this kind of catastrophes which will come, and particularly we are not yet talking about the climate change issues which we are in the context of COVID-19. Of course, it has taken a little backseat, but we are talking about how we are going to create the future world when guys of such crisis emerge. And the climate change issues are dominant. It was discussed. It has been discussed all over the world how we are going to face this and the consequences of the climate change. Now, I feel that keeping in view these catastrophes or these things is a more robust, more sustainable architecture is the village-based economy, which is based on bioresources. Now, that's very important. I want to bring to your notice that this study was also done in Europe. That current European model of development, I think what we call as Western model of development, is not sustainable. Now, this is not my words. This is the words of European Union. They did a comprehensive, that report is available on the net, and they have said that the current model based on money, based on materials, based on other dimensions of the capitalistic economy, or what you call the current development models which is there, is not going to be sustainable. And they have come out with a new architecture, how development should take place. But this, our architecture, I think what Mahatma Gandhi had given to us, that architecture is now once again we come to know that simply it is coming from our rishis and the great thinkers, and I think the leaders like Mahatma Gandhi is more robust than that, and so India must develop this model. In that context, Punjab Deshmukh, he was agriculture minister at that time, and things like that. And he also talked about the development of agriculture and development of villages. One more thing about Dr. Punjab Deshmukh's architecture was that we must integrate technology. This also in a whole development process, science and technology. And now we are not taking just science and technology. Science, technology, humanities, or our whole entire educational system must be integrated. So Unnat Bharat Abhiyan came of integrating our emerging educational institutions in our development model. So what we call education and development must be integrated, related. So this thought was articulated by many of the thinkers at that time also. That, however, we see that that we started developing our education. We had a great challenge. We didn't have schools at that time. If you see the beginning of the century, the literacy rate last century, I'm talking, barely 6%, very, very. And today we are, of course, we have to get address that challenge of educating the huge mass of a nation which is going at a very fast rate of population growth. Today, our population will be the highest population of the world as a nation. We had not anticipated this. We are soon crossing China, crossing China, and this nation will have highest number of people. So feeding this population is going to be also a great challenge. We must take that one catastrophe of a rain, or the rains are not balanced or not as expected, it can completely create a catastrophic problem for the whole nation, because we are also today we are supporting ourselves, but also supporting other nations in terms of feeding this 7 billion population of the world. So I think in that context, why I'm referring to this is that we must keep this in view to create a development model for the world and for our nation. So in that context, of course, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is extremely important in terms of architecture of development. And at the same time, what was happening that in the process of development of our education, in the process of development of our science and technology, what we found was that one side the population is being developed, another side there's a great challenge of educating this huge population of something like close to 140 crore people now, and very soon it will be 150 crores. So this is the challenge. So what we thought at that time, some of us thought that at that time was that let us link education to development. Education, we are developing our education, we are developing our primary schools, our secondary schools, our colleges, and our universities. Now, I think when I was studying, Professor Padwari is here, I think VNIT, there were very few colleges, very these kind of things. And there was only one engineering college, or another two, is in Vidarbha, this region, and Maharashtra, very few. But suddenly the situation now we are at the same rate. We have largest number of colleges in the world. I think very soon. I think in terms of number of universities, I never imagined that India will have close to 1,000 universities. There are close to 1,993 universities, the last figure that came in, and 40,000 colleges, so many engineering colleges. When the privatization occurred, the professional colleges started increasing at such a fast rate that one city has more colleges than I think entire state. Now much more than that kind of thing. And how do we link this development? At the same time, the development processes, urban development processes in the cities and the development of the villages simultaneously is like what I think I remember what at that time the challenge was in planning commission at that time. Now what Niti Aayog, India is not solving one problem. We have to solve several problems at the same time. What Vikram Sarabhai called, I think one of the discussions was, it is a simultaneous non-linear equation with very complex boundary conditions, and that is the problem to be solved. It's a problem for mathematicians, and it's a problem for all of us. So when we created what should be the level, there is no, but I think there are roots very clear that without Unnat Grams, there cannot be Unnat Bharat. I think that's the thing, though people may have that we should develop large cities and we should do mega cities. I think it is in the context of COVID has taught us that model, centralized model or massive model of large cities is not sustainable. And I think we have seen that how a village architecture can, I think, address such kind of problems of disasters and pandemics. So I think Unnat Bharat Abhiyan now is setting an example that there is a model, and provided we make our villages, I think we're talking about their samruddhi, their unnati. Without that, we cannot develop a sustainable model. It's good. I'm seeing that we are taking a model in Maharashtra also. I think I was just seeing that Sharad Pawar माननीय त्यांच्या नावाने आपण एक समृद्ध महाराष्ट्र किंवा समृद्ध देश किंवा समृद्ध शेतकरी ही योजना आपण डिस्कस केलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये why we need to develop at a ground level, why we need to develop आपल्याजवळ जे पशुधन आहे, that is also the great resource for us, and they must be included. Agriculture must be embraced, and all that thing, and develop inclusive development. So this workshop today we talk about inclusive development in that context, and I'm very happy that we are talking about a different model in Maharashtra. In the sense we have talked about it right from beginning. What the model which was announced today in Maharashtra, or yesterday it was, I think, announced like this, is a good model, I feel. And same thing model we are articulating by central government. Modi ji also is announcing the same model. And very important happened is that crisis is that agriculture has become the focus of the discussion now. Today, the center stage is the agricultural problem, the problem of the farmers. problem of land, problem of this one. So this model we are now trying to evolve. And I feel that this program, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, based on rural development, based on development of our villages, is going to be central issue. One is sustainability issue, and another is whatever the model we develop, it must be sustainable in the future. It must be sustainable in all kind of crisis. It must be very robust architecture, and in that context, our the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and linking education to development. So far, education has developed at a very accelerated way, but it is not linked to the actual problems of the country. So I think that is our Unnat Bharat Abhiyan was an attempt to link that. I think I'm telling that it's not that last time our education minister Nishankaji took the meeting, and so obviously the question is that it has been launched for last 4 or 5 years. So what are the outcomes of this? How many villages have been transformed? How many villages have been because of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan? So we explained to him, and I tried to explain to him that development of village is a long-term process. It requires a very long-term commitment. What we are currently doing is that the next generation must be familiar with the real India. Next generation get familiar. Today, that education and what we are, the challenges of India are not linked together. They are not aware of it. Teachers are not aware of it. They have experienced sometime other, but so we are not looking at it in that manner. So education and development linking is one of the key aspect of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And that's why we are saying that any innovation that you do as a project, as your studies, what are the challenges, what are the future challenges, and when the epidemics and pandemics and this kind of crisis come, how do we face as a nation? Because a huge population we have to face, including feeding this population itself. So these challenges, what is the right architecture for that? And that's what Mahatma Gandhi had anticipated or imagined, or our Vedic rishis also had imagined to be done. So in a sense, what we are trying to see a way through, I think what our rishis had foreseen, that architecture of and in a democratic framework. We are not talking framework like China. It's not that model. How China had developed is not, I think we have to see, because watch how these developments have taken place in other countries. So in this context, it is important that Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program, and we are endowed with so many universities, so many government universities, so many state universities, so many agriculture universities, so many types of universities, and can our education be linked with the actual development process of a nation or a society? That's what Mahatma Gandhi said. This must be accomplished. We want people of that kind. We are aware of that kind. Today we are not aware. We are educated in the sense we have degrees, we have PhDs, we have doctoral programs, but we are not aware of what are the challenges, what kind of problems need to be solved, and that must be brought. We must understand as teachers, and we must understand as the future students. Second thing is that we must appreciate that amazing developments of technology. Now, one of the some things which you miss out when you want to include agriculture is that they feel no, the technology is not for villages or not for agriculture. But in fact, my opinion is entirely different. It is the technology which has transformed the society rather than anything else. It is the science and technology that has transformed the villages. If you look at this, your mobile, which is such an amazing piece of technology, what it has done. Earlier, we have experienced televisions, we have experienced telephony, or seeing all that kind of many developments, the mobiles and mobiles, all that technology has transformed all the world. Today, this device has such power, such amazing power, such amazing abilities, which we cannot imagine what we can do with it. It has also tremendous destructive power. It can corrupt your minds. It can also elevate your minds. So we have to how to handle this. This is also very important to understand. So I would say that Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, this twin challenge. One, it is reaching out. Another thing is that how to use this, embrace these technologies rightly, so far actual good work. Otherwise, this can be a great time waster. We have seen that how most of the population gets engaged in just looking at the screen and rather than doing any work. So that is also a challenge, how this can be used. And that's why Unnat Bharat Abhiyan has a strong component of technology development. Technology development, understanding of science, understanding of the crops, understanding of the patterns, understanding of the real innovation that we require on farms, in our goshalas, in our every possible of living styles, in our homes. So this is the challenge of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. to embrace these technologies, and we are going to connect with the fiber. Our Prime Minister is involved. Every village, or particularly every Gram Panchayat village, will be connected with fiber, and this is a very powerful. It's like for me, it's more than a supercomputer. This is more than a supercomputer what we developed in the first thing. So this power with this, with artificial intelligence and all the challenge, and at the same time, the new challenges of jobs. Another thing which we are not recognizing is that these technologies, as they are coming with tremendous power, everything is being automated, and so the people are not required. So how do we match that? That is the challenge of our education thinkers and all that. What kind of instruments are required? Many countries have embraced technologies and on the farm level, like never before, and improved their I think productivity. And one of the challenges is doubling the income of farmers, doubling the thing that we have taken, and how to achieve that is also a great challenge. In what manner and what manner it will be sustained. So Unnat Bharat Abhiyan will take this, try to understand it. Our young people are very creative. I think given the challenges, given the thing, okay, they come out with the innovation, the new ideas, which if it can be translated later on into sustainable technologies, that is the path. So Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in that sense is of course embracing the village economy, but also using science and technology and also human development. Now, one factor I will end with this very important coming to all the people is that coming to notice of that in this process, humanity, spirituality, understanding of the embracing all the people has come to fore. Even the US universities have started recognizing now that humanities must be integrated. It's a good that Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is not just for science, technology, it's for all branches of learning. It's also and a holistic way of development, which we are trying to bring in. But I think finally the issues will come then in a reasonable time, what impact it has made. Today is coming that how many villages are really good villages, what are the best practices to be followed, and how we can embrace those best practices, and how are the best technologies which are being used. I think which we have to see what is the great combination of humans and machines put together to realize the true potential in a sustainable way. So I think this workshop, of course, will take a review of what we are doing here in this one, and I'm happy that Aurangabad University also is collaborating in this process for this workshop, and of course our friends from Delhi, VK Vijay and Vivek Kumar, all those people are also joining to direct what is happening at national level. So this all these aspects must come on a portal, finally e-portal, so that everybody can see them. And the portal must be friendly and must be very what do you call it, all the information, not just information, but I think we should be able to take interact on that. That is true, particularly in the context of the three. I think we are doing the agricultural reforms which we are trying to bring out. There is so much of misunderstanding about agriculture reforms. There is so much politics being made out of that kind of thing, rather than using this as a potent thing for the thing, what do you call it, liberating farmers from the thing, what we are trying to do, and empowering them, how they can be done. So this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan's one of the education, that how we can use, how can we use the Inam, how can we use the marketing, how can we grading, how the quality can be improved, and all those kind of things. I think which technology can transform, which we have not been able to do so far. So we have with us Professor Padore, we have many people and who have done so many innovations, which must be directed for this, which we can learn from each other across the country. There are so many beautiful developments which must be brought to life through this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program, and the regional coordinating institutes have special responsibility because we are connecting in this that how this can be disseminated, how correct information can be spread, and what are the needs of the people, identifying the real needs of the people, so that the right innovations can be taken forward. So with this thing, I'm very happy to inaugurate this portal, and also inaugurate the workshop which is taking place, which will throw light by so many thinkers. I think in this and in this domain. I'm missing our honorable vice chancellor here, who is also coordinating the regional coordinating institutions chairman, Professor Chandekar, but there are so many people who have come together to discuss these issues once again in the context of the region. We're talking in this context of the region, and this will take place in 40 such regional coordinating institutions across the country, and we'll try to take it forward. 14,000 institutions we are covering 40 regional coordinating institutions we are there. So with all this brain coming together, all these people who are thinkers coming together and understanding, of course, the local problems. Sometimes when as we get educated, we don't know the problems themselves. What are the real problems? And it becomes sometimes just an intellectual exercise. But what are the problems that must be solved? We have great inspiration taking from countries like Israel, taking from the other countries who have and try to understand the problems right there and solve them. Our whole mentality in education is not to solve problems. No, we are not addressing that issue. To getting degrees, or the thing that was getting degrees has been the preoccupation of education. I think not solving the problem. Even on the campus, we don't try to solve the problems. So we don't have that attitude. That attitude must be nurtured in terms of real problems. So I pray that we will. I think new education policy is trying to address some of these education, national education policy. But I think it has to be practiced in terms of actually saying that this is what I did. I'm very proud that I went to this village. I went to this my home. Can I solved my problems of my home. I solved problems of my village. I solved the problem of my community and all that kind of thing. So that those must be the assessed and pursued further. I don't have to show you are well aware of it. I wish you all the best that this is an occasion for addressing these problems in the regional context. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sir. Thank you for attending this. I think you all come and it's a great power coming together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking and motivational speech. We will try our best to all the information in 3 languages, that is English, Hindi, and Marathi. So in future, so all information will be available in this portal in 3 languages. Now, Professor V.K. Vijay, National Coordinator, IIT Delhi, is unable to join due to some unavoidable problems. Again, Honorable Professor Pramod Yavle sir, also unable to join this session. Now, may I request guest of honor, Dr. Pramod M. Padole sir, Honorable Director, Vishwesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, to guide us on this occasion.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Respected Honorable Shri Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, the Chairman of the National Steering Committee of Unnat Bharat, and I am feeling proud and honored that he is also the alumnus of VNIT. Respected Dr. Tandekar, the Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba University, Amravati, then respected Chancellor Shri Pramod Yavle, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University of Aurangabad, all my colleagues and the dignitaries. In fact, I am very happy to be with you for this inauguration of the e-portal of Unnat Bharat. And it was great to listening Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, who has almost given a sort of his whole life for the development of the villages. And he rightly said that if you have to develop a nation, then basically, as Mahatma Gandhi ji and our Rishi Muni said, that we have to develop the villages, because villages are the integral part of a sort of a India, and it is global village sort of a thing. And so from that point of view, this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is a flagship program of this education ministry, we need to do something as a technical institutions for the development of the villages, because we all belongs to this sort of a privileged class of the society, and we have got a sort of a social responsibility that we must do, not as an individual but as an institute also, to see the better habitat at the village level. And of course that is a very difficult problem, as Dr. Bhatkar was saying. It is sort of a solving the in his words, it is sort of solving the non-linear simultaneous equations having very complex boundaries. So it is not that easy. What should be the initial guess, that we don't know, because we have to first convert those non-linear equations into a linear equation. In mathematics also, using Laplace, Newton-Raphson method and those things, we need all these things to do it. But then a initial guess, that becomes a very critical problem. So here also, if you have to address the problems of the villages, we must know what are their problems, because that is very, very, very important. And many times to convince the people that these are the problems and you have got a sort of a better option to do it, to convincing it, that itself is a difficult thing. Because we as a coordinating institute for this, we have got about 5 districts that we are handling. Is Bandara, Gondia, Gadchiroli, Chandrapur, and Nagpur itself. We have got so many institutes under our umbrella, and I am happy that many of the institutions are doing reasonably well. But of course, the further motivation is required. As far as the VNIT is concerned, we are doing reasonably well, and as Professor Bhatkar knows that we are involved in this process from last almost more than 1.5 decade. We are doing some or other kind of things. We as a coordinating agency, we have got different clusters that we have sort of adopted. We adopted some of the villages in Melghat region like Lavada, then Chitri, where there are a lot of problems as far as the livelihoods is concerned. Those people are basically, they are living on the traditional farms and the forest. So they have got a problem of the water, then they have got a problem of health and other kind of things. So some of our faculty members and the students, they are regularly visiting there, and they are trying to address their problems by using the different kinds of the technologies. I am happy to share with you that Sampurna Bamboo Kendra, which is at Lavada, which is an NGO, we are in contact with them personally. I have visited many times to Sampurna Bamboo Kendra, and with the help of that NGO, we are addressing some of the problems. We are making those unskilled people to skilled people, particularly for the use of the bamboo for the different applications. Then the how to use the bamboo for the construction purpose and making other articles and those kind of things. So that is one thing that we are doing. Then we are also sort of addressing the issues of another village, which is this Devlapar in the Ramtek Taluka. There also we have got the villagers which belongs to the tribal society, and they are also facing similar kind of problems. I am happy that many of our students are regularly visiting that village, and they are gathering the data from that village, their living, then their what are their professions, what kind of schools are there, how many students are going to the schools, and those kind of data they have collected, and then accordingly they are working on that. Some of our students, they are going there and teaching the students in the schools of the villages. They are conducting their competitive examinations. They are preparing for them. They are giving them teaching material. So those kind of things are there. Again, there also we are getting the help of one NGO, that is Govigyan Anusandhan Kendra, which is located in Devlapar, and we are getting a lot of help from them, and we are also supporting that Govigyan Anusandhan Kendra. Then one more thing which I am feeling a sort of a proud of our institute is that we are connected with the Khadi Village Industry Commission. And when Dr. Mahesh Sharma was chairman of the KVIC, he has got a sort of a plan that why not to involve the technical institutions like NITs and IITs for the development of the villages, so that we can provide some S&T input, and then the villages can be developed with the appropriate technology, as Professor Bhatkar was talking about. And in this regard, this VNIT is identified as a technical interface for the Vidarbha part of the Chhattisgarh region. And we got a project wherein the main motto or the mandate of that was to identify the problems of the villages and provide the S&T input to resolve them. So in this context, what we did, we all know that Vidarbha is cotton growing area, and the cotton has to undergo a lot of processes like ginning, pressing, and those kind of things. And we found that many of the technologies are quite old, and so we have developed some of the new technologies like modified double roller rolling machine. Then we have developed a mechanical press which can produce the bale of 100 kg. As you are all aware that the present bale baling machine is producing the bale of very high density. The weight of that bale is almost 220 kg, which is very difficult to handle, and it is compressed to such an extent that when you have to go for the further operation, you have to literally cut that bale, and then you are also damaging the quality of the cotton in that case. And we found that at international level there is a term what is called as the universal density. So you should not compress a cotton to a very high density, but unfortunately we are doing it. So considering this, we have given a sort of a model which is decentralized this cotton processing. So we can have a group of small villages in a periphery of say about 50 kilometer, and they can have all these machineries like mechanical press, modified double roller gene, oil extraction machine, and if they can have a small spinning machine of limited number of spindle, that can become a viable solution. So these are sort of a solutions that can be suggested by the different technologies. We have also developed many machines like mosquito repellent coil making machine by using the organic materials, then dhoop stick making machine, and then recently we are working, and in fact we have worked on the agarbatti making machine, because this has become a new sort of a approach to provide the you can say the profession and some work to the tribal women particularly. And so from that point of view, we have developed the modified agarbatti making machines which are pedal operated and also the motorized one. So this can provide a lot of you can say the work, and of course the their living sort of a habitat that can be better, that can be done at the villages level also. And so for that we have developed a machine with the help of the forest department, and about few machines we have given to them, which has created the good environment over there. And we are still working on that, because we want to see that our bamboo, our species, that should be used for making the agarbatti. We should not be importing the bamboo sticks from outside. So for that also we are working. Then we have developed a stirrup making machine. All of you are knowing that we are using the stirrups in the civil construction, those rectangular rings. And if you go to the site, you'll see that one worker is continuously making those stirrups. And we found that all the stirrups are of standard size. So why not to make a sort of a machine which is pedal operated as well as motor operated, so that it can create a business for a person who are staying in a small village. So those kind of efforts that we have made, and we are happy that some of those technologies have been disseminated at different parts of the countries through KVIC. So this is a good experience for all of us, and we all need to do this kind of things. Then only I suppose the existence of our institutions, because our institution is not just to give the degrees to the students. The institutions are supposed to help our society. The institutions are supposed to be there for helping the villages and the rural sector to grow. So in this regard, we are also working with MSME sector. I'm happy that about few months back, we, along with Honorable Minister Shri Nitinji Gadkari, we discussed this issue of how these institutions can help to the MSME sector. And we have got one day meeting at VNIT, and a center has been established at VNIT along with all the NITs. It is a hub and spoke kind of project wherein all the NITs are also involved and they can look into the problems of the MSME or the small this scale industries which are located in the area, and we can support them. We can support them right from the design of the product, then finding out the product, then their marketing, all those kind of things that can be supported through this institution. And we have to ensure that our resources which are there in the institution that must be properly used not only by the students but the industries and the village peoples and their sort of a business. Those all they should be able to use our resources. So those kind of, I think the effort should be made, and I'm very happy that under this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, we can do all these kind of things. We have got a freedom to do all these kind of things which are there in our mind. And for this, I will just request that all the faculty members and the students, they must keep their eyes and mind open when they are going outside, because there are so many problems in the villages. You have to just keep your mind and the eyes open, and you can find out the problems and you can give some solution. For example, we visited the Gujarat, Dang district, and we found that there is a cluster of the blacksmiths and there was scope for improving them. So we had given them a technology to improve their processes. We have developed a furnace for them. We have developed a workstation for them so that they can work with a proper efficiency and they can improve their efficiency, and their drudgery that can be reduced. So these kind of efforts are very much possible. Only we have to think innovatively. We have to think out of box. As Professor Bhatkar was telling us that you must have some innovative ideas. And so for that, I will just share a small story and I will end that and this is of course for the students and this thing, that there was a competition which was organized, and the subject of that competition was you have to draw the Ravana, the picture of the Ravana, and all the students they draw this Ravana differently, but all of them were having one common thing: they draw 10 heads in the horizontal direction, whereas there was one student only who draw the 10 heads in the vertical direction. So definitely those judges got impressed by that students. They asked him that how come that you have drawn it like this. He said, sir, it is written in the mythology that he was having 10 heads, but never it is mentioned that it was in horizontal direction. So I thought that I will draw it in vertical direction, because in horizontal direction you can expand, but in the vertical direction you can grow, and the topmost head of that Ravana, he can see the things at a longer distance. He can have a better vision. So with this sort of a justification he has given, definitely he got the prize for that. So we have to think differently. We have to think out of box, and it is not just thinking out of box, but you have to rationalize it. You have to support your idea, and if you can do it, then definitely it will help the society as a large and to the our country to grow and develop. So with this, I am again thankful to all of you for inviting me over here for the inauguration of this e-portal of the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And I am very happy that I am and my institute is a part of this flagship program of the this ministry, education ministry. And with this, once again, I thank you all, and specifically thanks to Vijayji, who is guiding us from last so many years. And again, I am telling you, we are proud, sir. You are the distinguished alumni of VNIT. Thank you, sir.
Speaker microphone. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your valuable guidance and kind suggestions. Now, Dr. Tushar Deshmukh, our registrar of Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, due to some urgent work, he could not join this program. Now, may I request chairman of this program, Dr. Rajesh Jaipurkar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, and Chairman, RCI, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University for chairman address. Now,
Thank you, Mavle sir.
our
Thank you
Pro
very
Vice
much.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mavle sir. Namaskar. Very good afternoon to one and all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you. At the outset, I offer my sincere salutation to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji, late Bhausaheb alias Punjabrao Deshmukh, our motivational force, Karma Yogi Sant Gadge Baba. At the outset, I welcome all the dignitaries present for this inaugural and the workshop inauguration program, particularly chief guest Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Honorable Chairman of this National Steering Committee Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and Chancellor Nalanda University Bihar. Another dignitaries, Director VNIT and member of our Management Council, Dr. Pramod Padole sir. Other dignitaries present for this esteemed program, Dr. Archana Barabde madam, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Satange sir, Dr. Mangesh Deshmukh sir, Director Lok Vidyapeeth, Dr. T.R. Patil sir, Coordinator RCI Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, then Dr. Kishore Bidve sir, Bharti Jasrotia madam, Dr. Amrapali Tribhuvan madam from RCI BAMU, Dr. Gullane ji, Dr. Landge ji, Professor K.C. More, who is the coordinator of RCI, Dr. Y.K. Mavle ji, who is the coordinator of participating institute, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, then all other dignitaries, principals, officials from other universities, Professor Vivek Kumar sir, who is the resource person, and Professor Priyanka Kaushal madam, who is the another resource person from IIT Delhi, and all other teachers, researchers, and my dear students. Once again, good afternoon to one and all. Friends, as we know that this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is a flagship program, and this program whereby initiation of knowledge transfer from college institutions and universities to villages are expected. So this is one kind of, we can say, intervention of our knowledge to the rural development, and this is what we can say applied program of our institutes, college and universities, research and development aspects. My dear friends, it is very rightly said by Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir and Dr. Padole sir that we can do a lot of things under this flagship Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University as a RCI is continuously pursuing this program efficiently, and I am very happy to share that we have been successful for implementation of number of such kind of intervention programs in the adopted villages of our PI and RCI both. So Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University is leading near about 4 universities, including conventional universities, and then Dr. Punjabrao Krishi Vidyapeeth, and then Maharashtra Animal and Fisheries Science Universities, and another number of institutions and colleges. My dear friends, I am very happy to share that Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University has implemented Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in choice-based credit system also. Means those students who will participate in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan will get necessary credit transfer in the examination scheme that will be beneficial for the students, and that will particular motivate students to go for this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Then, my dear friends, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University has signed MOU with number of potential institutes. That is the another thing. And we have framed a regional networking by constituting various committees, including all the institutions, participating institutions, and autonomous colleges and universities. So, my dear friends, today we have inaugurated the e-portal, the website of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is one of the biggest kind of achievement. Now, every institution, colleges, universities may go through the portal. They may have the latest knowledge sharing. They may have the clear-cut ideas of the programs run by the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and that is very important as far as percolation, as far as transfer of knowledge is concerned. So I congratulate the NCI, the RCI, and all other dignitaries for this happiest moment, the inauguration of e-portal. Another thing, we have today a full day workshop on the topic, a synergic journey of higher educational institutes towards inclusive rural development. So throughout this day, we will be having number of applications, number of stories, what we say success stories, which have been done by the various institutes, particularly the apex IITs, NITs, universities, VNIT, all the institutes, that how we can have higher education directly linked with the rural development, how we can benefit rural development with application of knowledge of college and institution and universities. So this is a very important program. I urge, I request all the institutions to be here throughout the day for the workshop. I must mention that Dr. Murlidhar Sandekar sir, who is the leader of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University by virtue of his vice chancellorship. So he is not available today due to some personal issues, and therefore I am here to chair this session. I once again, at the end of my speech, welcome all the dignitaries, and I congratulate the RCI, NCI, and all other institutions for being here for this particular inauguration and workshop inauguration. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance, and through provoking words. We assure you, under your noble guidance and motivation, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, will definitely reach to a milestone. Now, lastly, may I request Dr. Archana Baradde, Advisor, Regional Coordinating Institute, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for vote of thanks of session first one.
हेलो नमस्कार
हाँ, नमस्कार मैडम.
आज के सम्माननीय अध्यक्ष विश्वविख्यात वैज्ञानिक पद्मभूषण डॉक्टर विजय भटकर सर, इन्होंने हमें उन्नत भारत अभियान के विषय पे जो न्यू प्रेरणा दी है, उनके हम सदैव सदाचार रखते हुए, उत्साह बढ़ाते हुए सभी उन्नत भारत अभियान आरसीआई कोऑर्डिनेटर्स, संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ, बामू एंड वीएनआईटी की तरफ से सभी की ओर से मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ. इस उन्नत भारत अभियान को यशस्विता की ओर लेके जाने वाले हमारे सम्माननीय वाइस चांसलर अध्यक्ष आरसीआई उन्नत भारत अभियान डॉक्टर मुरलीधर जी चांदेकर सर, जिनके लीडरशिप में ये प्रोग्राम चालू हुआ है, उनका भी हम संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ और सभी आरसीआई की तरफ से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। यहाँ पे जो प्रोग्राम अभी हमने इनॉग्रेशन वर्कशॉप लिया है, वहाँ पे प्रोफेसर प्रमोद जी पडोड़े सर, डायरेक्टर वीएनआईटी, जिनका हमेशा हमें सहयोग मिला है, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के लिए भी सहयोग मिला है, उनका भी हम संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ विभागीय संस्था और सभी विभागीय संस्था की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। यहाँ पे हमें प्रोफेसर विजय जी, विवेक जी, प्रियंका जी, नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर दिल्ली की तरफ से हमें हमेशा सदैव सहयोग मिलता है, जो हमें रजिस्ट्रेशन से लेके स्कीम कंप्लीशन की तरफ प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीशन के लिए भी उनका सहयोग मिलता है। उन सभी का मैं हमारी संस्था की तरफ से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। मैं उन सभी का धन्यवाद व्यक्त करती हूँ जिन्होंने 20 जनवरी 2019 से लेकर आज तक जो रजिस्टर करवाए, कॉलेज रजिस्टर करवाए, जो साथी डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली साथ में रहे हैं, उन सभी का भी मैं यहाँ आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। उन जो पार्टिसिपेंट इंस्टीट्यूट है जो अभी यहाँ रजिस्टर हुए हैं, उन सभी कोऑर्डिनेटर्स, उन वहाँ के संस्थापक, वहाँ के प्राचार्य, आचार्य एवं विद्यार्थीगण, उन सभी का जिनके भरोसे ये उन्नत भारत अभियान आगे बढ़ने वाला है, मैं अभी उन्नत भारत अभियान विभागीय संस्था संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ की तरफ से उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ राजेश जी जयपुरकर सर, जिन्होंने अभी हमें संवारा है, संजोया है, क्योंकि हर एक जहाँ पे भी कुछ हमें प्रॉब्लम आता है, वो तुरंत हमारे साथ, हमारे सामने, हमारे कोई भी प्रॉब्लम के साथ में खड़े होते हैं। उनका भी मैं यहाँ संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ विभागीय संस्था और सभी संस्था की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर, पत्रकार, शुभचिंतक, मार्गदर्शक और सहयोगी, खास करके कोऑर्डिनेटर जो हमारा अभी अभियान चला रहे हैं, डॉक्टर टी.आर. पाटिल सर, डॉक्टर सचिन वांडावड़े सर, प्रोफेसर के.सी. मोरे सर, मालवे सर, जो अभी यहाँ पे पीआई कोऑर्डिनेटर करके हमारे साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं, और आने वाला जो भी सेशन है, नेक्स्ट सेशन, वहाँ के डॉक्टर बिड़वे सर, किशोर जी बिड़वे सर, पीकेवी को कोऑर्डिनेटर आरसीआई, उन सभी का मैं उन्नत भारत अभियान विभागीय संस्था संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती की तरफ से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। धन्यवाद। और अध्यक्ष, हाँ,
बोला मावळे सर।
Now, I request Dr. T.R. Patil, Coordinator, Regional Coordinating Institute, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for brief presentation of RCI.
गुड आफ्टरनून। हमारे वाइस चांसलर आज फार्मेसी काउंसिल की मीटिंग इसलिए ज्वाइन हो चुके नहीं है, तो मैं जो आरसीआई जब से स्टार्ट हुआ है वहाँ से अभी तक जो भी काम हुआ है वो आपके सामने थोड़ा रखना चाहता हूँ। आरसीआई जो 6 मार्च को अपना एमओ हुआ और उसके बाद इसका काम शुरू हो गया। जब एमओ हुआ था, जब पीआई थी 135 और अभी जो प्रेजेंट 163 पीआई अभी काम कर रहे हैं। दूसरा कि जो पीआई है उनके लिए, उनकी मालूमात के लिए पूरा उनका यूबीआई क्या है, यूबीआई का वर्किंग फंक्शन क्या है, इसके लिए हम 2 वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, 4 जुलाई 19 और 1 फरवरी 2020। ऐसे 2 वर्कशॉप हो चुके। दो वर्कशॉप के बाद पूरे पीआई अच्छी तरह से अभी काम करने लग रहे और बहुत सारे पीआई अभी जुड़ने लगे। इसको हमने एक ऐसा एक बदल किया है, चेंज किया है कि जो हमारे एनएसएस है, एनएसएस को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इसको ज्वाइन किया है। इसका मतलब क्या हो जाता है कि जो एनएसएस, जो हमारा एनएसएस है, एनएसएस भी वही काम करता है जो आरसीआई काम कर रहा है, और एनसीआई का ये एम है कि वो बॉटम तक जाए। इसीलिए हम एनएसएस को इसके साथ जोड़ा दिया, इसीलिए हमारा जो पीआई का स्ट्रेंथ है अभी बढ़ रही है। यह काम करने के बाद ये जो अडोप्टेड विलेज है, अडोप्टेड विलेज का कम से कम 95 विलेज का सर्वे कंप्लीट हो चुका है, और उसके बाद उसकी प्रोजेक्ट भी अभी हमारे पीआई यहाँ बना रहे हैं। जो अभी भटकर सर बोले, भटकर सर ने कहा है कि प्रॉब्लम क्या है, ये प्रॉब्लम जरूर है, क्या प्रॉब्लम, वो प्रॉब्लम क्या करना है, सर्च करना है, और प्रॉब्लम सर्च करने के बाद उसका प्रोजेक्ट बना के या अभी वो तैयारी करेगी या कि पूरा हमने एक एम किया है वाटर मैनेजमेंट, इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा काम करना है, क्योंकि मराठवाड़े का प्रॉब्लम पहला ही वाटर का है, और वाटर के लिए वाटर मैनेजमेंट या वाटर यूज एंड वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, ये काम करने के लिए हमारे पूरी पीआई कम से कम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसकी तरफ को अपना दूसरा जो विलेज है, ये विलेज की प्रॉब्लम सर्च करने के लिए ये कॉलेज में एक टीचर और उसके साथ 10 बच्चे, 10 स्टूडेंट ये काम कर रहे हैं कि गांव का प्रॉब्लम क्या है, वो जाके वहाँ उनको मिलना, ये सर्च करना। सर्वे तो हो चुका है, लेकिन सर्वे के बाद भी क्या अभी कुछ अपन कुछ बाकी कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन अच्छी मिली नहीं है, तो इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करना और उसको सुझाव देने के लिए हमारे पीआई पूरा काम कर रहे हैं। दूसरा कि ये जो नेशनल जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो गई, ये हमारे गेवराई कुबेर का नाम का गाँव है। यह गेवराई कुबेर में बहुत सारे कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल पीआई, इनको यहाँ बुला के एक कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी। उसके साथ अभी इसका हमारा जो आगे टारगेट है वो है सरपंच की मीटिंग कॉल करके उनके साथ गांव की जो प्रॉब्लम है उसके साथ ग्राम सेवक भी होंगे, ग्राम सेवक, सरपंच और पीआई, इनकी एक साथ मिला के मीटिंग जनवरी में हम ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं। ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो अपनी पीआई है, ये पीआई को उनकी हेल्प मिलने के लिए उनका ज़्यादा आसान हो जाएगा, इसीलिए कि हमारा पीआई अभी काम कर रहा है। कोविड के बारे में ही उन्नत भारत अभियान में बहुत सारा पीआई ने काम अच्छे तरह से किया है, या जो फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन या उसको कोई मदद कर, बहुत सारी पीआई ने या कोविड में ऐसे सैनिटाइजर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ये भी काम किया है। तो ये सारा काम अच्छी तरह से पीआई अभी कर रहे हैं। अभी यही साल तो कोविड ने बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो चुका है। जो नए पीआई रजिस्ट्रेशन करना है, रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के लिए हमने हमारे जो कॉलेज है 325 कॉलेज, उनको और मेल भेज दिया है कि जिसको इंटरेस्टेड है वो इंटरेस्टेड कॉलेज ये पीआई में ज्वाइन हो सके, और उनके साथ लेके वो ये जो प्रॉब्लम है या जो बॉटम की जो प्रॉब्लम है वो सर्च करने के लिए अदर कॉलेज का ही इसके हमें यूज हो जाएगा। तो हमारे वाइस चांसलर आदरणीय प्रमोद जी सर, उनके गाइडलाइन लेके हम हमारा पूरा आरसीआई, हमारा स्टाफ पूरा काम कर रहा है। इसके ये काम करने के बाद अगले फ्यूचर में अच्छे तरह से रिजल्ट जरूर आ जाएंगे, और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम जो VNIT हो या अमरावती आरसीआई हो या हमारा आरसीआई हो, ये तीनों मिला के अच्छी तरह से हम आगे ये काम करने के लिए तैयारी करवाएंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your words. May I request Professor K.C. More, Coordinator, Regional Coordinating Institutes, Sant Gargi Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for brief presentation of RCI.
Thank you, sir. I request host to please allow me to share the screen. It's my proud privilege to welcome all the respected dignitaries present over here for this workshop. Myself, Mr. Keshi More, Coordinator RCI Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University is one of the regional coordinating institute designated by NCI IIT Delhi before the latest reallocation of districts under RCIs. This institute is working in collaboration with 8 universities and 6 government autonomous institutions. Moreover, this institute where coordinates 11 districts of Vidarbha region with 120 higher education institutes working as a participating institute, having 641 adopted villages. As per the recent reallocation of district distribution by NCI, this institute coordinates 8 districts of Maharashtra, where 71 higher education institutions working as a participating institutes. For smooth and speedy coordination of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in jurisdiction area, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University constituted various committees. Steering committees is one of the apex level committee represented by all vice chancellors, directors belonging to the jurisdiction area. There is a regional coordination committee. This committee represented by the all coordinators of university and the institutions belonging to the jurisdiction area. And there is a university coordination committee. This committee involved in the framing the different policies and action plans of RCI. And for the district level coordination, there is a district level district coordination committee. So these are the various committees constituted by the RCI Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University for the smooth and speedy coordination of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan activity in the jurisdiction area. To remove the administrative hurdles, Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University signed the MOUs with the participating institutes and also MOU with the National Coordinating Institute, IIT Delhi. For a popularization of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in Vidarbha region, the Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University has inaugurated a regional coordinating institute along with the publication of innovative brochure and interaction meeting with all participating institutes on the December 20th, 2019 at the university campus in the gracious presence of His Excellency Governor of Maharashtra and Honorable Chancellor of Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, Sri Bhagat Singh Koshari sir. This program was chaired by Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Honorable Chairman, National Steering Committee, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and Chancellor Naranda University, Bihar. On this occasion, Dr. Mulidhar Chandekar sir, Honorable Chairman RCI and Vice Chancellor of Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, along with all Vice Chancellors of universities and directors of various partner institutions were present on the dais. More than 1,000 participants belonging to the jurisdiction area were attended this program. This is a brief introduction of the UB activities performed by participating institutions. Near about 36,787 household surveys completed and 235 village surveys completed. And there is more than 75 technology proposals submitted to the NCI for the approval, and near about 24 projects were approved by the NCI for extension of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan activity. And importantly, 4 institutions were selected for the perennial assistance grant for the extension of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan activity in the respective villages. These are the workshop conducted. Before the conduction of workshop, RCI Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University analyze the needs, identify the needs and threat area on which the guidance required for the participating institute. After identification of the needs, Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University conducted these different workshops. In the COVID-19 pandemic situation, the participating institutes distributed sanitizers, masks, food. Some of the participating institutes also have provided their institutions as a residential complexes for quarantine isolation center. And this is a prime initiative taken up by the Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, that is the Model Village Development Plan. The aim of this Model Village Development Plan is to develop the model village under the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme. Objective is to provide the expertise available with the knowledge partners of RCI for village development process. The action of these initiatives to the RCI Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University has selected 6 villages under the jurisdiction of RCI with the support of respective participating institutes. The roadmap of model village development is formed based on the strengths and weaknesses identified by the respective participating institute. The knowledge and technological partners of RCI, namely Dr. Punjab Deshmukh Krushi Vidyapith Akola and Maharashtra Fishery and Animal University Nagpur, has taken an initiative to provide the required technological support, expertise, guidance, and skill-based training for the development of model villages. The more emphasis will be given on the following domains while going through the model village development plan: the strengthening the organic farming by providing expertise and technological support, focus on the issues like lack of skilled manpower and employment, lack of irrigation, scarcity of water and sanitation, etc., to develop the better networking with the local government bodies so that each and every villages will get benefit of different government schemes. Development of entrepreneurship among the youth and women by enhancing production of dairy-based products, and side businesses relies on the available local natural resources, which will fulfill the economic demand of farmers and villagers, to create the awareness of reuse of energy and local resources in the sustainable manner. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan included in the curriculum of the university. Santa Gadge Baba University is one of the prime university who has implemented the credit transfer system in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan for strengthening the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan's mission in the jurisdiction area. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present the activities performed by the RCI in a brief period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, More sir. May I request Dr. Sachin Mandavgane sir, coordinator, RCI Vishwesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, for brief presentation of RCI.
Sir, Sachin Mandavgane sir is unable to join because he has the work, another work, exam related work is there.
Okay, now the session 1 is over. Thank you for all participants. I request you all to please stay with us. Now,
in 15 minutes, second session will be start, sir.
Second session start.
Yeah, within.
I welcome within 10 minutes.
Yeah, within 10 minutes, this session will be start. Now our resource person will join at 10 p.m. I request Dr. Mangesh Deshmukh sir. Dr. Mangesh Deshmukh sir is here. He is a Mahasanchalak of Lok Vidyapit, Kolhapur. I request Dr. Mangesh Deshmukh sir, please guide on this occasion about your work done for the society.
आजचा हा अतिशय या भारताच्या इतिहासामध्ये भारत देशाच्या इतिहासामध्ये पद्मभूषण डॉक्टर विजय भटकरांच्या व्हिजनचा हा ऐतिहासिक दिवस लिहिला जातो आहे. मी डॉक्टर मंगेश देशमुख सगळ्या या महामानव जे डिग्निटरीज आहेत सर्व त्या सर्वांना प्रथमतः आदराने प्रणाम करतो आहे. आणि त्याबरोबर मी हे सांगू इच्छितो की उन्नत भारत अभियानाच्या या प्रकल्पाच्या संदर्भात पद्मभूषण विजय भटकरांशी माझी बऱ्याच वेळा चर्चा झाली. आणि त्याबरोबर मी कृषी खात्याचा एक उपसंचालक सेवानिवृत्त प्रकल्प संचालक आहे की ज्यामध्ये एक आत्मा नावाचा प्रोजेक्ट चालतो. संपूर्ण भारतामध्ये सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट भारत सरकारच्या कृषी व शेतकरी कल्याण मंत्रालयामार्फत हा प्रोजेक्ट चालतो. आणि या प्रोजेक्टचे प्रत्येक गावामध्ये आमचं नेटवर्क आहे. या नेटवर्कचा उपयोग आम्हाला पहिले ट्रान्सफर ऑफ टेक्नॉलॉजी मध्ये यासाठी करायचा आहे. मग हे करण्यासाठी मी प्रथम मॉडेल डेव्हलप करणं सुरू करून दिलं. मग ह्या मॉडेलमध्ये अमरावती जिल्ह्याचे जे आमचे कोऑर्डिनेटर आहेत मिस्टर मोरे साहेब यांचा आमचा वारंवार सुसंवाद चालतो. आमच्या कुलगुरूंशी तर आमचा तसा संवाद अजून 2-3दाच झाला. पण विजय भटकरांचा आणि मोरे साहेबांच्या संवादामुळे इथे धामणा नावाचं गाव आहे, एक गोपी नावाचं गाव आहे आणि खुलापूर नावाचं गाव आहे. तर धामणा नावाच्या गावामध्ये इंटिग्रेटेड अप्रोचचा हा प्रोजेक्ट सुरू झालेला आहे. ग्राउंडवर वर्कशॉप मध्ये आपण जे सांगून राहिलो ते असेंब्लिंग ऑफ वर्क सांगतो. म्हणजे या संस्थेने हे केलं, त्यांनी बांबूचं तसं केलं, मेळघाट मध्ये हे चालू आहे. पण अमरावती विद्यापीठाच्या परिसरापासून 10 किलोमीटर अंतरावर एक असं मॉडेल आम्ही डेव्हलप करून राहिलो आहे प्रॅक्टिकली ग्राउंडवर, जिथं बोर्ड लागलाय उन्नत भारत अभियानचं, की त्या मॉडेलचं एक देशामध्ये आदर्श मॉडेल राहील देशामध्ये. आणि हे मॉडेल अशा स्वरूपाचं आहे की डॉक्टर पंजाबराव देशमुखांची जी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज लोक विद्यापीठची व्हिजन होती त्या व्हिजनला अनुसरून आहे. माझं या सगळ्या टेक्नॉलॉजीमध्ये ट्रान्सफर ऑफ टेक्नॉलॉजीचे जे आम्हाला मेसेज मिळतात हे या अमरावती विद्यापीठाच्या आरसी धरून म्हणजे रिजनल कोऑर्डिनेटिव्ह सेंटरच्या माध्यमातून जोडून देशामध्ये देशाच्या प्रत्येक राज्यामध्ये लोकाभिमुख करायचं आहे. दुसरं असं की मी 24 राज्यात काम करतो. एक कुर्मी समाजाचा मी राष्ट्रीय समन्वयक आहे ऍग्रीकल्चरचा. त्याच्यामुळे ऑलरेडी मी 24 राज्यामध्ये अनेक लोकांच्या संपर्कात आहोत जे शेतीविषयक काम करतात. आपला हा सगळं उन्नत भारत अभियान याचं आहे. डबल इन्कम शेतकऱ्याचं कसं वाढल. तर या धामणामध्ये गोशाळा सुरू झालेली आहे. या धामणामध्ये वॉटर बँक प्रोजेक्ट सुरू झालेला आहे. या धामण्यामध्ये जैविक शेतीचा प्रकल्प सुरू झालेला आहे. आणि आता या गोशाळेसाठी जो हिरवा चारा लागतो तो चारा लावण्याचं काम या 8 दिवसामध्ये सुरू होत आहे. हे सर्व काम प्रॅक्टिकली याच्यासाठी माझं करणं आहे की मला वरचं टेक्नॉलॉजी जमत नाही. ही वरची जे कॉम्प्युटरची, नेट, इंटरनेटची, पण गावातलं माणसाचं परिवर्तन करण्याची टेक्नॉलॉजी जमते. तेव्हा आपला या विद्यापीठाचा आणि आपला हा समन्वय अजून आपल्याला मजबूत करून एक नाही तर एकापेक्षा अनेक गावं निर्माण करून दाखवणे आणि पद्मभूषण विजय भटकरांचं जे स्वप्न आहे ते स्वप्न साकार करण्यासाठी जी काही जबाबदारी असाल, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी असाल, पैसे नसतील तरी चालतील, पण रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी स्वीकारण्यासाठी मी तयार आहे आणि आपण मला ही सेवेची संधी द्या. एवढंच बोलून माझे 2 शब्द संपवतो.
Thank you very much, sir.
धन्यवाद सर.
I request Dr. Kishore Bidwe sir, please guide on this occasion about your work that we have done in your respective villages. Please share with us regarding the key success stories. Because our guest, some of the guests are unable to join this program because due to unavoidable circumstances. So due to that, we have 20 minutes remain to be complete belonging to the session first. And that's why I would like to request Dr. Bidwe sir to guide on this occasion and share the key stories that you have performed, key success stories belonging to your respective villages. Kishore Bidwe sir. Hello sir. Within 10 minutes, our resource person will join for the program as per the scheduled time. Our first session has completed before the scheduled time due to our resource persons, our guest of honor, sirs. Some of our guest of honor are unable to join due to unavoidable circumstances. If Dr. Kishore Bidwell sir is here, so I request sir, please guide us on this occasion and share your success story regarding the implementation of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan schemes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Yeah.
So please share your success stories regarding the implementation of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme in your respective area.
हॅलो.
हा बोला सर, येतोय आवाज. हो.
सॉरी ऍक्च्युली त्याच्यामध्ये आवाजाचा थोडासा प्रॉब्लेम होता.
या ओके सर.
सर can I talk in Hindi, English or
Yeah. You can talk in any language, so no problem. You can talk in Hindi or English.
Marathi preferable?
Yeah. But you can talk in Hindi or English in Marathi also. There is no any issues because I think some of these participants who have joined from other states also on the YouTube.
So no issue, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Basically,
yes.
Myself, Dr. Kishore Bidwell. I am working as a coordinator of Dr. Panjarao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith. That is an agriculture university. That is State Agriculture University. Recently, the ranking has been declared by the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi, and Dr. Panjarao Deshmukh Agriculture University has taken a very long jump. That is from 48th rank to 38th rank. So we get a 10-point hike during last year only. That is because of our interventions that relates to the farming community, the research, extension, and the education to the students. So at the outset, I would like to share that this university has initially selected a cluster of 5 villages. Friends, during selection of the villages, I have since last 1 year, I am trying for selection of the better villages. I have refused more than 5 villages. Those are not functional. Those are not having a better coordination or better cooperation for this project. So initially, if you want to succeed the project, we should have some interventions like that. The response from the villager, the response from the selected village must be there. Otherwise, it is like that कि हम लोग जाते हैं तो they think that कि yeah they are having some targets, therefore they are here and इनसे अभी हमको कुछ मिलने वाला है, कुछ पैसे मिलेंगे, कुछ सब्सिडी मिलेंगी, not more than that they are thinking of. So in this case, I have selected now. I am confirmed for 4 villages. Still, I have problem with 1 village that I'm going to give them chance for at least 1 month. For 2 villages, that Sisamasa is village we have selected for the model village program, and Gorva is another village. So Dr. Panjarao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith has developed one integrated model for sustainable development of the villages with the integration of the all line departments. Friends, there are almost 98 officers working in the district. Those have a direct, indirect contact with the village development, and almost 30 departments are there working for the betterment of the villages. So we have targeted those officers, those offices in coordination with the district collector. We have formed one district level coordination committee under the chairmanship of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, where member secretary is a district collector. this scenario we are going to replicate in all the selected villages in all the district under the jurisdiction of our university. So the main reason for is that we are having one letter from the secretary of MHRD that to the district collector that all line departments have a mandate. All line departments have a mandate to join this program, and therefore we are getting a better cooperation from these departments under this program. Uh, uh, so under this program, I have made a village level committee, that is a farmers producers organization, that is FPO. That is a new concept. Earlier under NABARD we have for village, entire village we have form one FCP, that is farmers that is club, farmers club, that is NABARD activity. Under that we have made a certain groups, that is CUG, common users group, like that organic farming, then subsidiary businesses, then horticulture, floriculture, vegetable, those farmers having a similar kind of enterprise, they we gather them under one umbrella, form one group. So just excuse me. Sorry for the interruption. Then we have made 10 scientists we have involved in the activity of each village, that is adopted. The extension agronomists, then particular subject matter specialists we have involved in the development of the villages. Like that, I am a man of dairy. So we have proposed one dairy project there, because that is a major subsidiary activity which is having an important role in the development of the village. So under this dairy committee, that is CUG, we have incorporated those farmers having a dairy activity, those farmers having a cattle or a buffalo or anything that is related to the dairy component, because they are having a similar kind of opportunity, similar kind of the problems to be solved. Then the officers we have involved in the committee is one from the financial institute, that is district cooperative bank or lead bank. Then one officer from the district dairy development officer, one from the animal husbandry and veterinary university, and me too. That is the 6 persons we have involved in the committee for solving the problems of the farmers. So we have made one roadmap. We have initially data of all the farmers, those are involved in the dairying component, and accordingly we have planned one village, one cattle shed program. That is
Unmute your mic.
coming years we will find some better out of this. So similarly, we have planned such kind of a group activity, because if we want to develop the village, we have to involve everybody, every component of the village to the program. Otherwise, some oppose may be there, because in villages we may find that there are certain groups or certain political parties are also there. So if we want to resolve all these things, all these matters, we have to call them together with the formation of the farmers producer organization, and we are getting a better result. Now from January 1st, we have a detailed action plan we have prepared for the entire year. From January 1st to December 31st, 2021, we have enlist all the activities that probably we have focused in the entire village, and accordingly we will try to give the better benefits to the village, and I'm better confident that we must get a better success with this a kind of this integrated approach which is made for the sustainable development of the village. So thank you, Maurice sir, thank you for the opportunity. Anything else?
If anyone is curious, please ask.
Sorry?
If anyone have any queries regarding the implementation. Yeah.
So that is kind of major problem. I also facing that we don't have queries at all.
Yeah.
That might be a kind of even in your chat box. If we share your queries, will answer. And listen, friends. Dr. Panjaro Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith is having its jurisdiction for entire Vidarbha region. So, and we have our jurisdiction of our RCI is Vidarbha. Major jurisdiction is Vidarbha region. So the part of Vidarbha region covered under the RCI Amravati, we have our this is moral responsibility of our university to help in all matters. So we have our research centers, our Krishi Gyan Kendras, agriculture colleges situated in each district of Vidarbha that can help to solve these problems, and we will definitely do something better for the betterment of the farming community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Within 10 minutes, our resource person will join for the next session. We are moving in as per the schedule, and due to some unavoidable circumstances, some of our guests unable to join, and due to that, there is a some paid remain to be completed belonging to the session first. Here I would like to mention that as rightly said that Dr. Kishore Bedwe, he is belonging to the Agriculture University, and if PIs, if the participating institutes or coordinators have any issues related to the agricultural technologies, if they want to go through the organic farming, if they want to take any technological support or expertise or guidance from the Agriculture University, you can directly contact to Dr. Kishore Bide, or we can also approach to RCI. We will communicate, we will coordinate these things, and we can provide this expertise available with the Agriculture University and Animal Husbandry University University of Nagpur. So here the representative and coordinator of University Animal Husbandry University Nagpur, Dr. Saripad Landge sir is also here. If Landge sir is there, I would like to request sir to please share some expertise which is available with the Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University Nagpur, because we have 10 minutes. कोणाला जॉइन नाही झाले का ते? नाही पण जॉइन नाही होणार. मी आता प्रेझेंटेशन लावून देतो. We have 10 minutes, and I would like to share the strategic working flow of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So this is a strategic working flow. If the this is for newcomers who are recently entered in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, how they can work. So while going through this, we will get the idea how you can work for the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So once you register for the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, the first job is to you have to identification of problems by means of field survey visits, villages through the NSS students project, etc. So higher education institutes have the NSS department, have students resource. So by using the students, you can involve them in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan activity. And as rightly mentioned our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor for that, the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme is included in the CBCS pattern, CBCS scheme, so that if the students are involved in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, they definitely get the benefit in the form of credits. And the faculty, those who are involved in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, also they get benefit in the form of academic benefit. And the colleges who involved in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan also get the benefit in the NAC. Okay, so these are the three kind of benefits that we can get from the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan if you involved in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So if any institute is new in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, how institute can work? So we have 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes our this person will join. So I would like to share the strategic working flow of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So first thing is that identification of problems by means of field survey visits, visits to the villages through the NSS or student projects. Once you identify the problems, problems are there. So there is a pro forma, there is a key questions are there. So you have to just go through these key questions, this pro forma, and after going through this pro forma, you have to just fill up the pro forma. How many villagers are there, how many females are there, how many males are there, how many villagers belonging to the agriculture field, how many villagers are acting as a doing another business. Okay, so these things you have to gather, and you have to study the geographical things. What kind of geographical environment is there, what kind of soil is there. So once we have the identification of problems and strengths, then we have to go to the next step, that is the analysis of problems by the expert group. The colleges have the experts belonging to the technological field, belonging to the some other fields. Okay, so colleges have, higher education institutes have different experts. These are the think tanks. So we can say the college is a think tank. So while going through this think tank, we can analyze the problems by the expert groups and designing the need-based solutions. So based on the problem that we have identified, we have to uh, design the solution. You have to design the solution depending on the needs. And once you design the solution, the next step is to action with the skills and technology. So once you have the solution, then you have to uh, act by using the skills and technology. And second thing is that there is a comparative evaluation of problem status from pre and post solution. So this is the things that we should know. There's a comparative evaluation. Once we have the solution, once you have a solution, you have to submit this proposal to the NCI, and NCI have the different subject expert groups. So your proposal will run through the different subject expert groups, and while running through the different subject expert groups, if they found that these uh, project or these proposals have innovative ways, innovative ideas, they definitely approve it, and then after they will be fund. So by using this fund, again, you can extend this technology, you can popularize this technology, you can enhance the agriculture production by providing this technology in the uh, pilot base. Okay, so this is the thing. So first thing is that identification of problem, second thing is that designing the solution based on the problem, and third thing is that the action with the help of skills and technology, because these skills and technologies are there with the higher education institutions. The second is that then next step is that comparative evaluation of problem status from pre and post solution. Before identification of problems, what is the status, what is the frequency of the problems, and after involvement of the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, after the involvement of the college in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, what is the status of the problem, that we have to make the comparative analysis. After making the comparative analysis, if you are able to guide the people, and if you say that before the entry of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, what is the status of the problem, and after the entry of the problem, what kind of the problems were sought out or solved, what is the status of livelihood of this respective area. If you have this success story, then you can encourage by telling the success story to the society or to the youngster, to the people, so that there is a next step is the encouragement of the youth and skillful people for the active participation based on the previous success stories. So if you want to popularize the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, its importance to the society, then the first thing is that you have to tell the success story. So for that, we have to work according to the skills and technology. Okay, whatever potential we have, that we have to work through this. And once we have this success story, you have to share to the public, share to the peoples. And after sharing this success story, definitely peoples will get encouraged. And well, the stakeholders that involved in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, all the stakeholders will get benefited in the form of, if the students is belonging to the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, student also get benefited because there is a credit transfer system is there. Student get extra credits, and they have the societal touch. Okay, so they get extra credit. If the faculty is involved in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, faculty also get the benefit in the academic services, in promotion or API. And if the college is involved in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, also college get the benefit in the NAC, okay, NAC assessment. So these are the benefit that definitely we will get from the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So the first step is to encouragement of the youth, and next step is to linkage with the NGOs. Well, NGOs also working side by side, and they have the same motto. Okay, so you have to link your work with the NGO and subject expert groups and other higher education institutes for the collaborative approach to sustainable development. Well, if the college is belonging to, for example, art science colleges there, so some of the technological colleges, engineering colleges are there, some of the agriculture colleges are there. So you have to make the collaboration, and you have to share the expertise, because every college have its own unique expertise. So you have to just share the expertise, and you will definitely get the benefits. So whatever the potential resources you have, whatever expertise you have to share with others, and such a way that we can enhance, we can speed up the mission of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. And if you go in through these steps, okay, so these are the different steps. Once you collaborate with the institutions, nearby institutions, and then next step is to active participation of local community by the previous success stories, to take help from the district officials via district collectors. Okay, next step is making the progress report of inspiring aspirants. Once your institution have achieved the milestone, have changed the livelihood of the villages, then you have to make the success story, and you have to share to the public, so that the other institutions can get involved in this particular process. Okay, so this is the working flow. If any person is new, if any institution is new in the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, this institute have to go through these all steps. And definitely, if the institution going through these steps, definitely institution come up with the huge success in the form of the transformation in the village development process. So this is just a brief strategic working flow of institutions. How institution can work in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan after entry into the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So within 5 minutes, our next session will start, and the eminent resource persons are there. They will guide us on this occasion. Sir, please unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mori sir. Thank you.
As a RCI Sant Gadgebaba Amravati University, we have collaborated with the universities and institutions belonging to the jurisdiction area. If institutions, if the participating institutions have any problem related to the implementation of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, if they have villages, that villages have the 90% farmers are there, or if depending on the potential of villages, and if you have any problem associated with the training or expertise, for example, if any villagers wants to produce the byproducts of milk, okay, if they need any training, so you can approach with us, you can contact with us, we will definitely provide the expertise, because we have the partner institute, Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, Nagpur. So this university, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir already told us that if they are ready to provide their expertise and support and guidance and training. So if any participating institutes have any queries regarding this, if they wants to provide this expertise to the village level, we can provide this expertise. So for that we have to contact us. We have to go through the website. We will get the emails and all the details. Dr. Vivek Kumar sir recently joined. So we have with us Professor Vijay Kumar sir, National Co-Coordinator, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Professor IIT Delhi. I request Dr. Mawale sir, please proceed for the next session.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So
Now
yeah,
we're going to start session second. Okay, welcome, sir.
Yeah.
I welcome all participants for session 2 of this program. We have with us the eminent resource person, Professor Vivek Kumar, National Coordinator, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and Professor Priyanka Kaushal, National Coordinator, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Now, I would like to request Professor Vijay Kumar for his lecture on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I'll be taking both the sessions. I mean, both the sessions in the sense that as per schedule, Professor Vijay has to start, and then it was followed by my schedule, my session. But because Professor Vijay is not, well today, so I am taking both the sessions, and then Professor Priyanka will join for the third session. So, how many participants we have today?
Sir,
how many of them are new ones and how many of them are old ones?
Sir, near about 500 participants registered for this program, sir. And participants, that means the coordinators belonging to the different participant institutes join on the YouTube link. Join through the YouTube, sir.
Fine. So there must be some new participants also, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I'll try to, cover about UBA first, then try to discuss something on framework, and then some footprints so that our new and old both PIs can learn how to work in the villages, and then I will be talking about some new initiatives, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the participant? Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
can you see
yeah,
my presentation?
yeah. Yes, sir. Please share.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yeah,
Just a moment. Right.
yeah,
So this is now everybody knows about this program, that Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is a flagship program of Ministry of Education. And if we look at the some certain taglines, I always say that uh, we must always look at these key words actually. So we are talking about transformational change in rural development process. So I want to start from this. So when we say that, what is our role? What is the role of higher educational institution in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan? Or are we going to get involved in rural development process, rural development activities? So my answer is yes, we are going to get involved, but our involvement is for bringing the change in the rural development process rather than directly doing certain activities. Of course, some one or two projects, some pilot projects we can do, but our main role is to bring this transformational change. And then now, how we are going to do this? By leveraging our knowledge and experience, by by bringing local knowledge, local inputs into our curriculum, and then through convergence. So the first thing is that we are going to bring transformational change. Second is that it is a program of uh, leveraging knowledge institutions or leveraging their experience and knowledge. And third, that we are going to build, or we are going to help in building architecture of an inclusive India. So when we talk about inclusive India, that means the person who is at the bottom of the pyramid, he should be involved in the planning process, he should be involved in the decision making process, and he should be involved in the implementation process. You can see that we are talking about Shikshit Bharat, Saksham Bharat, Swasth Bharat, Swavilambi Bharat, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So you can understand what kind of intervention areas we have identified. Right. So I'll start with some UBA milestones, especially for those who have joined today for the first time in our orientation workshop. This program started in 2014. Very briefly, because when we talk about Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, we always say that it is a flagship program of Ministry of Education. But I must inform all of you, those who have joined recently, that though it is a flagship program of Ministry of Education, but in the beginning it was a voluntary effort of some institution. And some institution, the educationists or faculty members of some institution, some social workers, some social activities, those who are working with the society, especially with through S&T interventions, they came together and they discussed about the challenges of higher education institution, how higher education institution should be connected with the society. And then this program of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, this was conceptualized, but soon it was adopted by Ministry of Education, the then MHRD, as a flagship program. So in the first phase, we were in selection mode. We were identifying institutions. Mostly it was confined to, public funded institutions. Initially, more focus was on technical institutions, or rather I can say the professional institutions. So in the phase one, we were having network of 143 participating institutions, and only 750 villages were part of it. In 2018, of course, then there were some small other milestones also, like the constitution of National Steering Committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, who was our chief guest today in this orientation workshop. Then we had agreement, tri-party agreement with MORD and MOPR. RUTEG also came on board. UGC and AICT, they came with with us, and that was the time when we realized that now we have a lot of support through two regulatory bodies, UGC and AICT. And in 2018, the whole concept was changed into UBA2, which is the current program. And now in 2018, it became a challenge mode program where all private and public, all kind of institutions, technical or non-technical, all kind of institutions, they were, asked to join UBA, and it was through challenge mode. So all of you know that when you join UBA, you always fill a form. There are certain questions, and then as per the valuation, then you become the part of this network. So currently we are in more than 1400 villages, more than 2,614 participating institutions are part of our network. We are operating through a structure which I'll discuss, or which probably all of you know, that on the top we have National Steering Committee. Of course, above that, Ministry of Education is there, then National Steering Committee, then now we have National Executive Council, then NCI, National Coordinating Institution, IIT Delhi, and then we have RCIs, Regional Coordinating Institutions, 45 Regional Coordinating Institutions. There is a mistake in the number, not 145, 45 Regional Coordinating Institutions, like you have Amravati, Sant Baba Gadge University, Agriculture University, then NIT Nagpur, PNIT Nagpur, then IIT Bombay. In Maharashtra, we have 4 such RCIs. So we have RCIs, and these RCIs, they have this almost similar role like we have in IIT Delhi as NCI. So the only difference is that NCI is for the whole country, but RCIs are having the similar role for their own region. So then this UBA2 started. We had a lot of expansion after that. We started working with Karigars through Karigar Panchayat. We started working with ICAR, and then we started working for the reorientation of higher education, because this was one of our objective. Reorientation of higher education was one of our major objective. Or if you can see our vision and mission, we always say reorientation of academic curricula and redesign of R&D. So then we started working with Shiksha Sanskriti Uthanyas. 2009, we had one very successful event named as Tech for Seva, where we tried to bring all stakeholders responsible for technology diffusion or SNT diffusion into the society. All stakeholders came together, and then taking clue from that, now we are planning some more activities, so which I'll discuss later. And then came COVID, and then really commendable work was done by our UBA institutions during this pandemic period. Whether we talk about distribution of ration, distribution of other material, whether it is about creating awareness, or creating WhatsApp groups, or disseminating information about the harvesting to the farmers, everything. So more than 600 participating institutions were working in field actually during this time. Then, as I said, that Tech for Seva was a very successful event. We took some clues from Tech for Seva, and then whatever happened during this pandemic, especially with the workers, interstate workers, I call them. So then we realized that Unnat Bharat Abhiyan should focus now on creating livelihood opportunities in rural areas on fast track board. And then we started working with CSIR and TriFed and now soon we will have MOU with Nectar also. Similarly, DRDO is also approaching so that we can work with them. Ministry of Social Justice for Pradhan Mantri Adarsh Gram Yojana, we are also trying to work with them. Right. So this is the current UBA network. Already I talked about this. We have covered almost more than 700 districts. 57 aspirational districts we have our presence. Yes, one more important part of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is this SEG. One of the very important, arm of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is subject expert group. So currently we have 13 subject expert groups, and these expert groups are basically groups of experts on a particular area of intervention. For example, sustainable agriculture system. So there is a group of experts, those who are working in this area, and these experts are from different states, different agroclimatic zones of the country, different geological region of the country, and this group is coordinated by one institution. So this is now coordinated by IARI, right? Similarly, rural craft and artisans development and rural industrialization and entrepreneurship development, this group is coordinated by IIT Kanpur. Rural energy systems is coordinated by IIT Delhi. The role of SEG is to provide not only the framework or the guidelines for the appropriate technologies in the particular area, in the particular region, or providing compendiums, but also to guide participating institutions for some specific projects. So like this, we have 13 subject expert groups. Recently in COVID time, to fast track the dissemination of the projects, we created one special subject expert group under the others category. And soon we are going to have 2 more subject expert groups. One is on health, another is on livelihood and empowerment. Right. Okay. So this is already I've talked about the summary of Bharat Abhiyan. Now to summarize the achievements. Now many people ask us when we talk about UBA, they talk about the footprints of UBA, they talk about the success stories. Although I will discuss some of the footprints which can be seen on ground, but we always say that UBA achievement and the strength of UBA is something which is not visible, but which is which is tangible. For example, UBA is able to create nationwide network, knowledge institution, and engagement of youth. Why I am saying so? Recently we received a letter because our presence is, you can see this map, we are present all across the country. Having a network of 2,700 knowledge institutions is a big thing, and that too for a particular goal. So for example, Ministry of Social Justice, they want that UBA should participate in the phase 3 of Pradhan Mantri Adarsh Gram Yojana. So in the phase 3, they want to take 27,000 villages, and they want that UBA institution should work with them. And this is because they understand the strength of UBA network. When we discussed this with CSIR, they were happily agreed because they know that these 27, for example, CSIR has got 800 technologies, which is lying, I mean, out of those 800 technologies, rural technologies, very few technologies have been, commercialized. Now they understand the strength of UBA, and they know that for the technology diffusion, nobody can. UBA is the best partner for them. Similarly, our next achievement is bridging academic program to societal need. Now, when in 2014, when we started discussion, that was the thing. We were the experts were talking about the contribution or the role of higher education institution in the societal development. And that is what is happening today. We are UGC has prepared a curriculum, 2-credit curriculum on community engagement, which probably will be launched in July 2021 in the next session. AICTE has brought a lot of components related to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in its model framework for curriculum. Similarly, IITs, many other institutions, IIT Delhi has actually started rural internship. Then UBA is, since 2014, we are talking about institutional social responsibility, and that we see today in our new education policy. Our new education policy is focusing on that. So, many people can say that UBA is taking credit for that, but definitely the kind of discussion started after UBA on institutional social responsibility, we believe that it must have gone to the policymakers through several means, and definitely UBA must have played a very decisive role in that. We have also started working on state-centric issues. We have very good example with Maharashtra. We have Unnat Maharashtra Abhiyan. IIT Bombay is already running that. Recently, we have developed we are in the process of actually developing this framework for technology diffusion. As I talked about Tech for Seva, we realized that when we talk about technology diffusion, we mostly talk about technology provider, that is a solution provider, and technology solution seeker. But we realized that we also need technology disseminator or facilitator. These two nodal nodes are also important, because you see, once the technology is diffused, technology is given to the seeker, then also a lot of knowledge support is required, especially when we talk about the rural community. Let's say if I have handed or I have transferred one technology or know-how to one community. Now this community may require a lot of support in terms of quality assurance, in terms of marketing inputs, in terms of management inputs. So from where this knowledge inputs will come? So that's why there is a need of two more nodes, that is solution disseminators and facilitators. And this is what we are including these two nodes in our framework, and we are in the process of developing this. Already we have started working with CSIR, as I told you, with CSIR and TriFed, and with Nectar we are soon going to have an MOU. Right. So some other important things for, especially for the faculty members, UBA is included in NIRF like QS ranking. UBA is to be included in NEC accreditation. We are in the process of developing that framework. We are also focusing on how this UBA activities can be accommodated in appraisal of faculty members. Ministry has agreed on that. I invite suggestions from all of you. Already we have talked about academic courses, rural internship, right. So some photographs of MOU signing with TriFed and CSIR, right. These are some future convergence in action. RUTAG, we had been continuously engaging with PSA office, that is Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, and DST. So soon UBA and RUTAG, although RUTAG is part of, basically RUTAG is there in 7 IITs, so it's already a part of academic institution, but soon there will be a synergy between RUTAG and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Ministry of Social Justice, I just mentioned. DRDO is very much interested in having a network with or having a partnership with Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, especially for border states and border areas. They want to implement some livelihood projects with the help of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan institutions. So Ministry of Animal Husbandry, right, Ministry of Rural Development, MSME, Drinking Water and Sanitation. So some of the future convergence opportunity, and soon these convergence will reach to PI level also. There are whenever we have such orientation workshop, we have a lot of questions. So I've tried to include some of the questions here. I mean, of course, you can ask some more questions. So many times we are complaining about the paucity of funds. So I always say that we can get some support funds through convergence. There are several means. We can invite our alumni, we can go to the society, we can look for the different opportunities, funding opportunities under schemes of state governments and government of India. There are several means. The only thing is that we have to look for those opportunities. Recently, I got an example from Punjab. It's a private institution, and they have got some fund from DST, but they also received a lot of fund from their NRI alumni, and they are utilizing this fund for their projects in rural areas. We need to have more awareness, because our challenge is going to be very tough, because we need to our honorable minister is now talking about covering all 40,000 institutions across this country and all 2.5 gram panchayats in this country. So all of your suggestions are also welcome in this, because NCI alone or RCIs alone cannot do this. So role of PIs is also going to be very, very important as far as expansion is concerned. Many times we get complaints, or I should not say complaint, but many times our PI says that every time we have some new thing in UBA, and there's a continuous transformation of schemes and expectations. What I try to, my opinion, UBA is an evolving concept. There is no set framework for UBA. It is, as I said, that it was a voluntary program. We started working together, and then we learned something, then we added something, then we learned further, and then, so it is a continuous process. It is a continuously we are evolving. That's why we are transforming. This scheme is being transformed, every time, and our expectations are also, I won't say that our expectations are changing. Our expectations are increasing actually. So, so we are setting goals for ourselves. Nobody else is doing that. So as we learn something from the field, we add on and we further increase our expectations. Motivation, as I already told you, that NIRF ranking and NACC ranking, NAC ranking, we are already working, though our progress is very slow as far as faculty appraisal is concerned. And that is mainly because we are not able to prepare a standard framework for that. So again, I can request all of you if you can contribute in that. This is my answer for the less motivation for faculty for their time. Motivation of student. This is very, very important, and we have realized that. And as I mentioned, that UGC has already come up with this 2-credit course. AICT has included a lot of programs in terms of internship and other. They have certain hours for the students under their model curriculum framework. So they have dedicated those hours to UBA. They have started one induction program, 21 days, 3 weeks induction program. Probably many of the participating institution must have attended this induction program. So recently they conducted the first induction program for technical institution. So under that induction program, UBA is going to be one of the major module. right? So this kind of motivation. Similarly, we are also thinking to come up with a portal for students. So students all across the country, suppose one student in Kerala wants to work on biogas. Now he will be joining this portal. He can interact with the expert who is not sitting in Kerala, but who is not from his own institution, but let's say from IIT Delhi, or let's say from VNIT Nagpur, right? So there will be a connect between experts and students. So we are working on that portal, and soon that will be ready. So other than credits, students will be able to do their projects. They will get inputs from experts all across the country. So this is something which we are going to, and in that case we will be able to promote rural based projects under BTP, under MTech projects, or under and even in non-technical institutions, they have project works, right? So this they will be able to do with the help of experts. Now, as far as framework of action plan for participating institution is concerned, I'm very briefly, I'll talk about this. So already all of you have selected the villages. So when we select the village, we look for 2 or 3 important parameters, whether villages are very close to us, whether villages are backward. The backwardness also can be one of the criteria. No, or already your institution is working with a village, that may be the criteria. However, we are very flexible. The only thing is that if one village is chosen by another institution, the new institute who's joining the UBA program may not get the choice of that particular village. Means one village will be mapped with the one institution only. 2 institutions should not have, they will not be allowed to have uh, right. Then the next thing is awareness and participation. We need to create. So initially when we go to these villages, many of the participating institutions, they talk about the process of going to the villages, because many of them, they have not been to community or villages before. So we always say that when you go to the villages, just go there. Don't reveal your reveal the objectives and missions of UBA on the very first day. You can always go to the villages. You can always talk to some important people there. For example, like BDOs, like Gram Pradhan, those who are active there, and you can talk about the broader objective of your, like you can say that our students have come to learn from you, or our students have come here to understand the villages, rather than saying to them that we have come here to solve your problems. So avoid such kind of big statements. And of course, we are not there to solve their problems. We are just there to work with them, and how our knowledge can be helpful to them, and how their knowledge can be helpful to our students. So this kind of awareness we should start in the beginning, and then we can choose 1 or 2 problems, immediately try to solve them. We need to bring more and more participation from our own institutions also. Involve more and more departments, try to involve student clubs, talk to NSS people, bring them in your fold, right? Then we go to the next step, that is the planning. So when you are in the village, when you have built the rapport with the villagers, you have start attending their Gram Sabhas. And then through the PRA process, you involve the villagers in the situation analysis and need identification. Don't impose anything on them. Don't go with some prejudice that, okay, we are expert in sanitation, we are experts in drinking water problems, we are expert in, and let's try to give them some solutions. No, it's not like that. Talk to them, let them say that this is our situation, let them say these are our needs, And if you have certain technology or certain knowledge inputs, then provide these knowledge inputs, right? And then make a plan. Initially, you can go for 1 or 2 small activities, and otherwise, in long term, you must think of getting involved in the development of VDPs, Village Development Plan, and GPDPs. You all must be knowing that after 14th Finance Commission, lot of funds are coming to panchayats directly, but they can spend these funds only if they have VDPs and GPDPs. So your knowledge inputs are very much required in VDPs and GPDPs, right? Villagers, they understand their challenges. Villagers, they understand, how these challenges can be resolved or solved, right? But they don't understand how to convert this into a document. What kind of what are the other technological options? They must be having certain ideas about certain technologies, but you have to discuss with them some more about some more options. Try to formulate a very good GPDP and VDP, knowledge-based GPDP and VDP, I would say. You also need to formulate certain projects. VDP, GPDP is a long-term activity, but then you need to go for some short-term projects. So project formulation, all of you understand the process of project formulation. Here, our SCGs also may play a very important role. Suppose you decide about certain project. Let's say you decide about a biogas-based project in a particular village. Now, probably you also have got that knowledge available about the technology, so you can go ahead. But if you feel that let us have some opinion, let us have opinion of some more experts, then go to the SCG, go to talk to RCI, and go to the SCG people, get some more inputs, formulate the project, and then project formulation, that all is like what will be the costing, where you will get the fund, talk to the panchayat, if required, then talk to the district officials. A discussion with panchayat is very much integral part of the whole process. So, right, and then of course implementation also has to be done through the villagers only, and then monitoring and assessment, because this is another area where your knowledge inputs can really help. Because this monitoring and assessment, communities are sometimes, they lack this kind of capacity, especially when we talk about monitoring and assessment. Sometimes it can be monitoring and assessment in terms of quality. Sometimes it can be in terms of some certain measurable targets, right? So you are more aware of these targets. You are more aware of these quality assessment process. So here you can always, so you have to do it for your own projects, but you can take this monitoring assessment as an activity. For example, Unnat Maharashtra Abhiyan. I always give this example that this monitoring assessment work done by institutions, those who are involved in Unnat Maharashtra Abhiyan, was commendable job. And then, of course, evaluation. So this is a continuous process. This is how you have to get involved in this transformational process of rural development. So this is some timeline, because you need to have, you always need to measure your journey. So that's why we have certain timeline. So we believe that your survey work, mobilization work, awareness and participation, that should be done in 2 months. And this is typically for a normal period, normal time. I mean, I'm not, of course, talking about this pandemic period. So pandemic period, we all have to be a little more innovative, right? Then in 2 to 4 months, we do situation analysis, make our action plan. So roughly within 6 months, we should come up with some action plan, and we should start talking about talking to people, those who matters, taking their approvals, sanctions, and then implementation in the field. And then it should be an annual process. After every year, we, of course, as a NCI, as a RCI, there are always, we talk about, you please send us some progress some quarterly progress, some 6-month progress. We always, there are certain other opportunities, like we talk about perennial assistance fund, invite proposals under perennial assistance fund. We invite proposals for other competitions. So, but you always should do this progress review, and by setting your own measurable targets. This is national monitoring system we have, and we are going to strengthen this monitoring system more. Recently, we had meeting with Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, and he was emphasizing, we actually showcased 1 or 2 case studies, which I'll show today also. So he emphasized that UBA should have very good mechanism, very good portal, or very good visibility, very high visibility to its success stories. And we can improve our visibility only if our participating institutions, our RCIs, they provide us this kind of document, right? We are again working on the template, so we are making it more crisp. But whatever work you do in your villages, I was in a meeting with in one group of DST, and I was surprised to see one of the institutions from Punjab was presenting his work. They were presenting their work, and they were doing this work in UBA villages. And when they applied for the fund, UBA was mentioned, and it was appreciated by experts, and they did a very good work there, right? In fact, they are still working there on a second project. But unfortunately, we didn't have that kind of information which we could have showcased, right? So always go for very good documentation, and this is going to, this will help us in expanding. Right now, very quickly I'll go through some UBA footprints. So this is something very, very important we always must remember. When we talk about UBA success story, we always should remember our ethos. No success story is a real success story if our UBA ethos are missing. So what are these ethos? Knowledge sharing. There has to be showcasing of knowledge sharing. There has to be participatory approach, right? Where planning, in implementation, and monitoring. And there has to be convergence, whether it is convergence for funds or whether it is convergence of stakeholders, various stakeholders. So our real success stories are the stories where all these, UBA ethos are. So when I measure our footprint, I always look at this number. How many Gram Sabhas are attended by our faculty members? So around 4,851 Gram Sabhas. This is the data from March 2020. After that, since last 9 months, we don't have any physical process, being implemented. So that means our institutions, our faculty members, our students are going to these Gram Sabhas. They are doing village survey. They are trying to understand the villages, right? So this part, I would say that we have done very good. Only 1,000 plan of actions have been prepared, only 500 VDP. But this is, I can say that we will build upon these numbers very, once this pandemic is over. Now we have participating institution, they understand the concept of UBA much better than what in 2019. Right. So I'll just go to 1 or 2 case studies very quickly because, yeah. This is one institution, Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology from Maharashtra only. I mean, I'm not sure who is the RCI, whether Amravati or Marathwada. I'm not sure about the RCI. But this is a great success story. I always consider this very, because it's a real success story because it has got all ethos. Students and faculty members, they got involved in designing work, survey work. Then fund came from the government of Maharashtra, convergence, through convergence, more than 87 lakh they received. And the result you can see. So you can see that they attended, there were participation in 8 gram sabhas, right? And the result is the rigid pavement road, underground drainage system, and this contour mapping. And based on this contour mapping, now this underground drainage system, and now they are going for this sewage treatment plant based on constructed wetlands, right? Okay. More than 50 students of civil engineering were involved in that earlier project. Similarly, Career Point University, Hamirpur, more than 20 gram sabhas for community engagement. VDP was made. I'm just showing pictures of one village. They are working in more than 10 villages. So some of the livelihood-based activities, some pictures, just some small part of what they are doing. So like improved seeds, distribution, mushroom cultivation, then this pattal making machine. And they have also targeted, they have selected the targeted groups. Like they are working with women, they are working with SC/ST population. So again, a very good example. National Coordinating Institution, IIT Delhi, we are working in 4 clusters. I'm just giving example of 3 clusters here. Khurrampur, a very good example of convergence. Needs were identified. For example, you can see that one need was identified was about street lights. But another need, this improvement in the kiln is related to livelihood, and this is the area where our own faculty members from Department of Mechanical Engineering, they contributed. They worked on this improvised kilns, pottery kilns, right? And then convergence, we are getting funds from different agencies, IRIDA and National Backward Finance Commission. In Vrindavan clusters, we are focusing on very specific thing, that is school education. We are working in 10 villages with 24 government schools. There are more than 12 interventions, and they are different, very unique interventions. You can imagine professor from IIT Kanpur, retired professor from IIT Kanpur. Many of you must have read his books or must have listened to him, Professor H.C. Verma. He is taking lectures, he is preparing, field kits, field laboratory kits for these students. So there are several, around 12 interventions. One intervention, for example, is Rahi. So it is learning through traveling, right? All stakeholders, parents, teachers, and students, they are part of this. Gandhi Khata, again, an example where a lot of convergence is happening. Technology which is developed in our center is being taken to the villages. We participated in a lot of number of gram sabhas. Resource mapping was done in the beginning through PRA approach, and then a lot of convergence. Some of the examples, we got some funds from ONGC under CSR. Then Ministry of Science and Technology provided some funds to Uttaranchal Council of Science and Technology for this Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Vigyan Gram Sankul Prayogshal. And one of the cluster is Gandhi Khata. So you can see it is a kind of saturation approach. Several activities. We are working in energy, we are working in livelihood, sustainable agriculture, but it is a kind of saturation approach. So in particular cluster, we are bringing more and more convergence. There's a list of several such stories. you can see that we have divided into work done and impact and ethos of UBA involved. It is always very important to understand whether this work is real UBA work, because if ethos of UBA have been taken care of or not, right? So it is not mere some activities. It has to be real UBA activity, right? So we have many such examples. I always take this Indian Global Village College of Management and Technology example. Students, they made this universal load carrier trolley and mobile hydraulic lift, and it was a demand from the panchayat, and students worked on this. We funded through SEG. It was a work of their BTech project, and now it is handed over to the panchayat. Right. NIT Manipur, this drinking water plant, plant, they actually invested their own money, right? And now they are trying to multiply it, and they have applied for funds to various funding agencies, right? Tech for Seva I talked about. So this was one of our great success in 2019. We were able to bring all the stakeholders, technology providers, solution seekers, and disseminators and facilitators all at one platform. Many organizations we could bring in, like CSIR, DRDO, Department of Atomic Energy. They all came and they showcased their technologies, which are basically useful for rural India, right? So after this Tech for Seva 3-day workshop, we realized that, or many experts, or it was you can say that it was an outcome of this workshop, that we realized that there is a need where all these stakeholders can engage with among themselves on real-time basis, right? So now we are planning to have this ERP portal, and we are also planning to have, so this ERP portal will be divided into two parts. So where solution seeker and solution provider. So solution provider will be posting the solutions, and solution seeker will come to this portal and look for the solutions, or whether the technology or the product is available. If not, then he will pose the question or challenge, and the team will convert this into a scientific statement, and then labs or R&D organizations, academic institutions will take this as a research problem and then come back again through this portal. So this is going to be a very interactive real-time portal. We are also envisaging 2 centers in all our RCIs, and we feel that after this pandemic, we will start with some pilot in 1 or 2 RCIs. So one center will be for rural technology demonstration. I mean, whatever technologies are developed by different organizations, whether private, whether public, can we showcase them? And these RCIs will become nodes, the real nodes for this rural development process. And then also the knowledge support system of our institution should be active for rural development through this rural innovation facility for skills and rural entrepreneurship development. So where we can provide them quality assurance support, where we can provide them market research support, where we can provide them other management input support, all kind of knowledge support we can provide to the rural innovators and rural entrepreneurs. This is something about our work during the COVID time. I think I can quickly go through this. All I mean, all the participating institutions, those who have worked during this pandemic time, they know how we started interacting very early. I think we had our first meeting with RCIs in the month of April probably. And then after that, many of the PIs, they created WhatsApp group with their villages. Many of them, they adopted very innovative ways. I know some of them, they used community radio, right? They created awareness about this pandemic. They created, if you remember, we also shared the formula for sanitizer. We also shared the protocol for recycling and reuse of or disposal of gloves and masks, right? And just remember that kind of awareness was not available in the cities also. But with the help of our PIs, we could disseminate this kind of information in the rural areas. Our PIs were connected with KVKs, and at many places, our PIs really helped villagers to, you know, to understand the time-to-time advisories. You must be remembering that time that was a lockdown period, and every let's say every week or after every 2 weeks there used to be new advisory, and sometimes separate advisory for farmers and non-farmers. So our PIs were able to disseminate a lot of information during that time. Our PIs were connected with KVKs. IIT Roorkee, for example, it worked so well in the area of weather forecasting. It really helped the farmers in that area. Already, I think I've talked about this. And as I said in the beginning, that we created a separate subject expert group in the others category to deal with the COVID related projects. And we funded probably 60, actually I don't have that number. Right. So now, very briefly, how we will move forward. One is expansion. I'll not touch upon the expansion much, because now we all know that our target is 45,000 villages, colleges, or 2.5 lakh panchayats. So I invite all your suggestions how we should go for this. But let's talk a little more about our role. What kind of role we envisage for UBA institution in future. So during pandemic, we realized that this self-reliant village is going to be the key for Atmanirbhar Bharat, because we saw that what kind of challenges our village people faced when they were working in different states. Lockdown happened, they were asked to leave, they went back to villages, and many of them, they don't want to come back. Provided if we are able to provide them opportunities there. Of course, because for how long they will sustain there, that is the big question. So then we had discussion with CSIR, we had discussion with TriFed, and then we started working on this new initiative. In fact, it was a part of UBA only, but now we are working with more focus on this. So this is actually fast tracking rural livelihood opportunities, and then giving support to rural innovation and providing income enhancement opportunities through farm and non-farm activities, and also to upgrade skill set through participatory approach, especially for these migrant workers. So these are certain key principles for these initiatives. We are going to focus on local resources. We are planning to have synergy with traditional knowledge system, because then only we will be able to harness this local resource. Then only we will be able to get results in a short time. Then we will talk about adaptation of R&D as per the local and local social context. We are not going to have new R&D projects. All our activities should be focused on empowering local people through these S&T inputs. And then already convergence, we have our one of the major ethos, but we will be focusing more on convergence in this new initiative. This is going to our proposed action flow. We can see we have role here. Our RCIs, our PIs, he will be working as a solution facilitator. Many of you must have attended one or two, webinars when we were having webinars with CSIR and TriFed, because we have identified for TriFed, we have identified Maharashtra is one of the state where we are going to work. So CSIR actually, when we launched this initiative, when Honorable Minister launched this initiative, that day we had short webinar on 4 technologies. And I'm happy to share that already we have started receiving response from field groups, and soon one technology will be disseminated in the field. Let's hope for that. But this is how it's going to work. We have a solution provider. We also can be solution provider. It is not that we are not the solution provider, but ministry departments and academic, I have included ministry and departments because they will be solution provider in terms of funds also. I mean, we recognize them as a solution provider in terms of funds, in terms of policies. Then we have major role as facilitator, then disseminator. Many places our PIs will be disseminators. We must engage voluntary organizations, developmental agencies, especially local voluntary organizations, Panchayati Raj institutions, and then the community is going to be the, so this is going to be the action flow. Already I have mentioned about Tech for Seva and these 2 centers which we are going to propose, or which we are envisaging in our RCIs, and these centers will actually act as a nodal points for this program. I think I can skip that. This is basically our methodology will be threefold. We will do brainstorming. We will be implementing. Implementation will be done through SNT inputs, and then planning, monitoring, and evaluation will be done. And then this is a continuous process. So let us skip that. Now, only thing I want to share with all of you, how is going to be the workflow for the technology diffusion. Because I always talk about participatory approach. So what we are planning that first, this solution provider will share the technology know-how with us, right? Then this, we will have brainstorming. Our PIs, our RCIs will get involved in the brainstorming, and they will identify on the basis of their own understanding of the region that these are the technologies suitable for our region. Then we will ask these solution provider to make some introductory module. So introductory module, I'll just share. It will have some basic information, and with these basic information, our PIs will again go to the community. So this is where, for the first time, we'll go to the community that, okay, this is the resource you have. This is the technology solution we have. Now, these are the salient feature of this technology. We'll get the feedback. And if our community is ready to accept this technology, then we will ask solution provider to go for detailed modules, right? We have prepared this during this pandemic time, and that's why we are talking about, we are focusing more on audio-vision module. But once this pandemic is over, we'll also talk about physical training, and that is why we have proposed this Rural Technology Demonstration Center. However, we will not discontinue with this audio-video modules, because this is going to be a repository, and every time the person want to learn, you must be, many of you must have seen that on YouTube, we have a lot of such videos available. So whenever you, try a new thing, then you learn a lot from these videos. So we are going to have these kind of, I talked about this framework which we are working, appropriators of technology. So some of the parameters we have identified, like whether what kind of resources are required for this particular product or the process, whether these resources are local or not, what kind of climatic and geographical conditions are required, what is the supply chain, what is the scale of funding, whether some value addition chain is available, If yes, then what is that value chain? Again, the question will be, what is the supply chain for that? Level of implementation, whether it can be implemented at household level or whether we need to implement this at a village level, whether it is promoting circular economy, what is the gestation period. Some criteria we have identified. So it is, these criteria are beyond TRL classification. I talked about introductory module. So introductory module will have certain basic information, which include budget, which include risk. It is important to tell community or the people about the risk involved in that particular project, whether certification is required or not. If required, then, for example, if we are talking about some food item, some technology related to food processing. Now, a person is, started using this technology, or he decided to go for this technology. Once he start implementing the project, then he realized that, okay, for this I need a lot of certification, lot of FSSAI certification is required for making standard product, right? So in the beginning itself, we want to convey all these information to the community. So about the risk, about the budget, about the certification required, every detail from top to bottom, right? Then what kind of technology it is, what are the scientific approach, approach to choose the particular technology, right? Like what are the resources required, what kind of geoclimatic condition required. So this, on this basis, on the basis of this introductory module, PIs will select, and then this is going to be the detailed training module. It has to be 8 to 10 lectures training module. It depends actually, but then our RCIs have a duty or have a task to translate all these modules into regional languages. We cannot expect CSR, CSIR or solution providers to provide these modules in regional languages. They may provide us these modules in English or Hindi at the most. Then we have this responsibility with us. So it is going to be a complete package. As I told you, that audio visual modules will be there, and we are thinking to record even the question answer sessions. So whenever there is a a training session, let's say if we have a training session today on a particular technology, then there will be some question answer session. We will include those question answers into the training module, and this training module will be defined, will be modified. And when we'll go to the next place, this modified training module. So it will always keep on adding, to our training modules. Right. So we are going to have this, repository on various social media platforms like YouTube. Of course, UBA website is going to be right. I think I can skip that. This is how we are going to, how we are planning to get the funds for such kind of projects. So maybe some small projects we can get funds from UBA, maybe from different schemes like TriFed. I already mentioned TriFed actually provide not only the know-how but also the funds. So there's a great opportunity, especially like there are schemes like Vandan Yojana. So our participating institution, I would request RCIs of Maharashtra to take initiative in that direction, because Maharashtra has got a lot of scope to tap those kind of resources. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question or query, please.
Sir, please unmute your mic. Maule, sir.
Yeah, Professor More.
Yes, sir. Sir, some questions I would like to ask you that asked by the participants on YouTube live program. Some of the participants say that if they have visited to Gram Panchayat and other government officials, but the government officials not entertaining them, Is there any provision to, is there any direction from MHRD to the Gram Panchayat or government officials about the collaborations or regarding the fund convergence?
Yeah, Professor More, I could not hear your question properly.
Yeah, sir, some of the participants asked about they have visited to the Gram Panchayat and government officials regarding the fund conversion and involvement of their institutions in the village development planning. But these Gram Panchayats not entertaining them, not cooperating them. So my question is that, is there any direction from the MHRD or NCI to the Gram Panchayat so that they can involve in this process?
Yes, yes, yes. I think I'll answer your question in two parts. One is, yes, there are efforts from the side of Ministry of Education. They are writing to in past also. You know that they have written to district magistrates. They have written to principal secretary of every state, right? So they are doing their part. And recently we had discussion with secretary, and probably soon MHRD will start having discussion with district magistrates, right?
Yeah.
So they would like to conduct these webinars or online interaction with district magistrates. This is one thing.
Yeah.
Another thing, as far as the engagement with panchayat is concerned, see, I have some experience in that. Many times what happens when we go to these panchayat people and we talk about Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in our first meeting, then they don't realize the importance of this kind of initiative. And then because panchayat people, they always feel that many such schemes are there, but they don't get anything out of these schemes, right? My opinion is that if we build a rapport with these institutions, we just tell them that we are here to learn. Our students are here to understand villages. Slowly and slowly, if this rapport is built, they will ask institution to get involved in the process of making this VDP and GPDP. In most of the cases, it has happened. Right? There might be some cases where some interest is, some vested interest is there. Let us just, let's not talk about those cases. But in most of the cases, we have to first engage with them. Let us not go to them by saying that we have come here to solve your problems, or we have come to provide certain solutions, or even don't mention about UBA. Don't mention about VDP in the beginning, because they always have a they are skeptic about the role of institutions in VDP, because they don't understand. And this is a voluntary work. Right, there is no framework where it is compulsory for them to take the help of institution, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I think we have to go for two different approach. One with the panchayats and the people, another with the officials. That we are trying to reason out with the Ministry of Education.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, we have presented our work in briefly in the first session, and at that time, hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, we have presented our RCI work briefly in first session. At that time, you were not present. Ma'am also not there. So I would like to mention that Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, as inspired by the Atmanirbhar Bharat concept, these institutions selected 6 villages in the model village development planning, and we are trying to provide the expertise, technology, guidance which is available with our partner institutions. So we have partner institution, that is the Agriculture University Akola and the Maharashtra Animal Husbandry and Fishery Science University Nagpur. So these both universities and the honorable vice chancellors of these universities ready to provide the technology, guidance, and whatever required things which is required for the sustainable growth of the villages. So we have selected 6 villages under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Second important thing that I would like to mention is that Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University added, implemented Unnat Bharat Abhiyan in the choice-based credit system in the curriculum of the university. So these are 2 important initiatives taken up by the university.
That's great. I think we know that your university is already doing great job, and Unnat Vidarbha Abhiyan, actually I forgot to mention that.
Yes, sir.
That was an initiative taken by your university on your own, and we really appreciate whenever we talk about such initiatives taken by RCS. We always mention, we always
Yeah.
discuss this.
So yeah, yes, sir.
So,
We have.
if you can document this, these new initiatives about Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. We have already sent our annual report on which we have mentioned these all things.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your very informative lecture on Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Now I would like to request Priyanka Kaushal for her talk.
Okay. So, sir, I'll take leave now. Professor Priyanka will join.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Priyanka Kaushal ma'am is there. Ma'am, please unmute your mic.
Yes, I'm very much there. Just give me a second. I'll share my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Just give me. Okay. Right. So is my PowerPoint visible?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Right. So namaste and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So yes. So I think we are a little behind time. So I'll quickly catch up with what I have to do. So I'm one of the co-coordinator for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and we have been working very closely with you. So let me come straight to the point. And as we all know what Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is all about, and that's the reason why we are all here. If I have to really summarize it in one sentence, it is more like bringing in the expertise of faculty member as mentors so as that we are on the right track, and utilizing the mind and innovation and the energy which is there with the youth and for the community. And when we say about community, we often see that our rural communities are kind of ignored. I'm not saying कि उनके पास कुछ नहीं है, उनके पास बहुत कुछ है. They have plenty of things. It's just that you need an eye to identify it. There is a lot to learn from them. That we can learn from them, right? And we can incorporate it in our learning, in our lives, in our practices. And also, what is it that we have learned? The time that we have invested in our training, in our education, if that could be put some use to solve some of their issues that they are facing. और ये कहीं पे भी किया जा सकता है. ऐसा नहीं है कि urban societies are all completely developed और वहाँ पे किसी intervention की जरूरत नहीं है. It's just that when it comes to urban issues, there are a lot of agencies, there are a lot of other people who are working for them, right? So why not we work for the village? It's just the same thing. It's not that कि हम urban या rural में divide कर रहे हैं. It's just that we decide to work with them. Having said that, it's not that we don't care about urban. We very much do. But I decide, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, or you, for example, all of us decide कि भाई हम गाँव के लिए कुछ करते हैं. It's a basic calling that we have. And that is where we say कि भाई आप जो उनका felt need है, जो आप community में हम जाते हैं and we see that there is an issue, let's design some solution around that. Because otherwise there's no point. If I, for example, is an expert, I hold a little bit of expertise, whatever I have it for the domain of energy. So for me, it is relatively easy that go to a community and bring in some kind of an energy intervention. It is very easy for me. But it could be that the community prefers maybe clean drinking water, maybe sanitation over energy, or maybe education over energy. तो फिर वहाँ एनर्जी का कोई मतलब नहीं बैठता है. There's no point in working for energy when the entire community want drinking water. So let's start with drinking water. The expertise may not be with me, maybe with my other faculty colleague, get them on board. If it is not available in my entire institute, bring the local administration, the other college, the NGO, any agency who is willing to work with us. We can bring everybody together. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is all about convergence. क्योंकि अगर आप funding देखेंगे तो बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है. It's a very decent funding that we provide. And any big project, if you are planning to take, you require more fund. So it very strongly encourages you to generate your own fund. And the benefit is when you generate your own fund, you could decide how you want to use it. Because when we use Unnat Bharat Abhiyan Fund, we are governed by certain guidelines, we are governed by certain regulations. हमें उसके दायरे में ही काम करना होता है because it is taxpayers' money. And when you generate money of your own, maybe let's say आपका local CSR है, या आपकी alumni है, या somebody just donated the money, right? Then you have some breathing space, like, you are still governed by the financial rule of your, or the other resource, the rules and regulations of your institute, right? So we very strongly encourage that. And I may forget, so before I forget, let me quickly tell you about this. There is a Samanvay portal which was developed for SAGI project. SAGI is the Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana project. So that was the project under which it was speculated that each MP will work for the development of their district. तो उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने सारा डेटा कंपाइल करके उनको दिया, बट दैट डजंट मीन कि हम उसको नहीं यूज कर सकते हैं. दैट डेटा इज देयर, द वर्क हैज बीन पुट इन प्लेस, सो व्हाई नॉट यूज इट? लेट्स यूज दैट information. So that if you go to Samanvay portal, you will see that it has been categorized state wise. Each state में कौन से different program है that are being run by the center, that are being run by the state, what are the schemes, किस area में वो काम कर रहे हैं. It is education, it is sanitation, it is irrigation, it is social security, सारी चीजों पे है. तो वहां से आप identify कर सकते हैं. Then you can get in touch with our local administration that this is where we want you to come and work with us. See, it's not always about money. Even if we get on board as a knowledge partner, that we will be designing solution for you, we will be providing you the information, aap jaake implement kariye. We are very happy with that, right? Any kind of contribution for society is a contribution, not necessarily ki sab kuch hum hi ko karna hai, right? I mean, if somebody needs water and the well has to be dug, and if I could give a better planning to dig out that well, in terms of resource, in terms of time, maybe I have some instrument with me that could tell me that the water here is available at, let's say, certain feet, and at different places it is more deeper, then why don't you dig it here? And then the administration decides to dig it at the place that you have recommended. Even that is a great contribution, right? In terms of the knowledge that you have shared with them, in terms of the time that you have saved, right? So yes, har tarah ka contribution, and the whole idea is to be very participative in the development process. Aapke student ja sakte hain, not necessarily we have to go all the time. Students enjoy going interacting with the administration, with the villagers. They also enjoy all those interaction. तो उसको हम promote कर सकते हैं. We can start from any point, and we can generate our own resources, right? और उसके बाद तो as you move forward, you would see that many times people also come forward. And I'll tell you one example of that we did in Chhattisgarh. So in one calling, there were not many people who volunteered. Then we did a job. आपने एक नहर का एक water body को restore कर दिया, and the community benefited. And next year when we visited, we called that we need some volunteer, क्योंकि काम तो हम लोगों को पता है क्या करना. We just have to clean the water body. And this time it was like much more than the crowd that we can handle. Right? So when the point is, when we are delivering a good service and the service speaks for itself, next time aapko problem nahi aayega. The community will come for you. But that first stage of building that reputation, building that, the trust and breaking that ice is what it takes. एक बार आपने वो कर दिया ना, उसके बाद गांव वाले आपके पास खुद आते हैं. We work in Gurgaon cluster, which is just on the outskirts of Delhi. And initially, when we went to a village, there were a lot of resistance. कि भाई क्यों आ रहे हैं? What is the reason? कुछ scheme भी नहीं लेकर आए हैं. They are not paying us anything. This kind of a model that we have developed. And then they slowly realized that their children are enjoying our visit. And slowly in 2 years' time, they started looking forward to our visits. हम कुछ नहीं दे रहे थे उनको. We were not providing them any gift or any kind of allurement. It was just the interaction that we were doing. The students were going, they were playing with them. They would teach them. कोई कुछ पूछने आएगा तो उनको बता देते थे. It doesn't cost anything. And at the end, when we used to return to our college, we felt like we gained more. We felt very happy वहां जाके. तो आप धीरे-धीरे हम शुरू करते हैं. और बिल्कुल भी ऐसा इंप्रेशन नहीं देना है कि हम आपको कुछ देने आए हैं या we are better off. Those things should not be there. Just go and meet them the way we meet any of our friends or family. No expectations, and just to meet you. That's it. And then you can slowly build on the relationship and the reputation, and slowly it will grow. उसके बाद एक बार आप human capital build कर लेंगे ना, that speaks volume. To an extent, I tell you what happened in our Khurrampur cluster, that now the Gaonwala says that any plan that the district administration is proposing for the village must be vetted by us. वो पहले हमको दिखाते हैं कि ये सही है, उसके बाद पंचायत साइन करती है कि हाँ ये चीज होनी चाहिए. So that is the kind of reputation that has built. Of course, it didn't happen overnight. It took about 8 years of intervention with them. But after 8 years, today we can say that they trust us more than anybody else. It took time. पैसा रुपया हमने कुछ भी नहीं लगाया उस पे. थोड़ा बहुत intervention हम education के terms में करते रहे, and that was all volunteer activity that our students would go and do. So with that, few examples, I'll come to my presentation. And the important thing is building the relationship. एक बार आपने वो कर लिया, half the battle is won. Right. So you can see that, yes, we have various organizations, all of us, everybody is on board in Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. We are coordinators, RCIs from IITs, NITs, ISER, AIMS, central and private universities, students, volunteer, even veterinary organizations. One of the veterinary college in Karnataka is our regional coordinating institute. So we have taken everybody on board. Whosoever is willing to work is a part of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, as you can see here. And we really, the strength of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is the intellectual capacity of faculty member, the ideas of youth, and the community. So it's really three very synergistic relationship that exists, right? This is a very push and pull impact. Regional coordinating, as you can see here, you are one of the regional coordinating institute. There are many PIs under you. We have mapped one such to you. And this is how the hierarchy flows. We normally interact with our RCIs, and our RCIs interact. So we interact, as you can see here, NCI to RCI, NCI to RCI. And for each NCI, these are the RCIs with whom we interact, right? So these are the kind of a network that we have built. And participating institute, all of us are participating institute. Most of our RCIs are also working in capacity of participating institute. Participating institute basically means that you are working with 5 villages, right? Adopt is a word I personally don't prefer to use because we are in no capacity to adopt a village. It's always a village who adopts us, right? They are totally independent in terms of everything. Aaj agar gaon hame, food supply dena band kar denge, to we are the one who will suffer, right? They have plenty of resources with them to survive. We probably would be in tough times. So yes, it's just that we have to identify 5 villages with whom we will be working in collaboration, right? So जिन 5 लोगों के साथ हमको 5 गाँव के साथ हमको काम करना है, उसे हम identify करते हैं. In our next phase, we are proposing that because there are many participating institutes who are smaller in size. So वो 5 गाँव में एक साथ काम नहीं कर सकते हैं. So we are bringing in the provision कि आप एक गाँव में कीजिए, छोटा कीजिए पर बढ़िया कीजिए. That is the whole point. I mean, doesn't matter आपका काम बड़ा है या छोटा है, लेकिन अच्छा होना चाहिए. The quality should be there. So आप अपने village को identify कीजिए, उनके साथ काम कीजिए. And like I said, I don't think I need to explain it to the faculty members. We all know the whole idea is to build the reputation. Go meet the people, field visit, study the implementation of the government scheme. Start कैसे करें? These are just to kickstart the process, because faculty members from professional colleges, especially coming from engineering and medical and all those stuff, medical को तो फिर भी community का experience होता है. जो engineering college से आते हैं, उनको थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि सोसाइटी में जाके कैसे डील करना है, लोगों से कैसे बात करनी है, उसकी पूरा एक साइंस, उसकी पूरी एक मेथोडोलॉजी है जिसकी शायद हमें इतनी ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती है. सो फॉर देम द चीट शीट जिसको हम कहते हैं, द क्विक स्टार्ट कुड बी दैट गो एंड मीट द पीपल. जो ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है प्रोग्राम का, वो आपको ग्राम पंचायत से मिल जाएगी, अदरवाइज भी मिल जाएगी. द इंटरनेट इज अ वेरी गुड सोर्स. let's study that and see uska kya impact aa raha hai. What is the impact that is there in the village? And we often take example of IIT Kanpur here. I visited there. And as you can see here, Kanpur is a very, very, it's a very complex system, right? All sorts of exclusions are there in terms of society, in terms of caste, in terms of economy, in terms of power circle, everything is there. And there when IIT Kanpur wanted to work with the community, it's not like the very first time when they visited, they were all welcomed. They also had to go through this, this operation. Initially, unko bhi itna, the villagers were not very willing to get them in, but then they started working with the kids. Because unko pata tha, hum jiske bhi paas jayenge, I mean, if I move to talk to this particular fellow or community or gender, the other would be kind of an, distance ourselves from them. So they very smartly started working with the young kids. So unhone kya kiya? They just went there and they prepared a playground. Sports often bring people together. So unhone playground banaya, and that's how they started playing with the with young kids. कुछ नहीं करते थे, इनके यहाँ से बच्चे जाते होते थे और बच्चों के साथ खेल कूद के वापस आ जाते थे. And it happened for a couple of times, and then they said that okay, fine, next time we will come and we will have a cricket match. And they said, but to do a cricket match we need a ground. And where is the ground in this village? तो बच्चों ने बताया उनको कि अच्छा गांव के बाहर ना एक वो बड़ा सा piece of land है. So they visited there. They said कि लेकिन इसमें तो it's not clean. I mean, you have to clean it up. It has to be free from any of these kankad patthar and all those stuff. And they just left that information with the kids and they went back to their college. 15 days later when they visited, they found that the ground was all clean. There was not even a single piece of kankad there. And it was all ready to kickstart the match, right? So ab bachche aa gaye. Students were already there, and they invited their parents also to watch the game. And sports kind of, when you bring in sports and you bring in, if you have won the heart of the children, तो उनके माँ बाप को आना ही होता है. I mean, whatever is there, in their mind, we all surrender to it. Exactly. And that's how they their eyes, and they started working with the people, right? और उसके बाद it was a very smooth journey. Again from another college, which is another PI, which is from Kanpur. That's where I visited last before lockdown.
तुम्ही कर्ज द्यायसाठी तुम्ही कर्मचारी संघटनेला भेटा
is often flooded.
अजय देशमुख वगैरह असं भेटा
वो पूरा का पूरा गांव जो है वो सबमर्ज हो जाता है. And they often come and take resort on some of the bridges, that are built over there. वहाँ पे it's a tributary of Ganga that flows there. तो उसके ऊपर वो पूरा का पूरा गांव आके refuge लेता है. Now during that time when they wait for water to recede, there is no dearth of food. There are a lot of agencies who will bring in food and water for the people. But what happened? This PI institute, which is at Kanpur, their student went once with all these, materials to them. कुछ लेके अपने साथ गए थे as a volunteer, and they noticed कि उन लोगों के along with the people there were their maveshi also. They have their cattle with them. गाय है, भैंस है, bulls हैं, right? And there was no arrangement for the cattle. So they went to their college, they went back to their institute, and they said that, हमारे यहाँ इतना pruning होता है, इतना घास कटता है, every day, we create trucks and truckload of grasses. Can we transport it there? And the director readily agreed, and they started supplying, 2 trucks of trolleys, जो tractor के पीछे लगता है, 2 trolleys full of horticulture residue, green cuts basically, for the cattle. Now that was seen as a very strong gesture by the community. और उनको लगा कि भाई हमारे बारे में तो सब सोच रहे हैं, everybody is thinking about us, but there are very few people, or maybe it just didn't happen. Nobody thought of our cattle, and here is this college who is thinking about not just for us but for our cattle also. So that immediately developed that link. तो एक बार वो आपको ढूंढना होता है कि आपका link कैसे establish हो. Once the link is established, once that you just need to ignite it. Once it is done, it will sustain of its own. तो वो थोड़ा सा आइडेंटिफाई करना होता है. Like I said, it could be around, and primarily it works around the need. आप उनकी नीड को समझने की कोशिश कीजिए. अगर सिर्फ हमारे देने से this is what I feel like and I give it to you and I assume कि इससे ये हो जाएगा. Had it had to work, India would have been a very, very, very developed nation by now. If we are still struggling, that only means कि हमारे implementation में कहीं कोई problem था. We can think about it, क्या था क्या नहीं था, but one solution is let's try something different. We can always do that. We may pass, we may fail, but until unless we don't try, we can never be successful. You have to try to be successful, right? You have to try for it. So we are trying. We are trying to bring it a development model which is based on the knowledge, right? And I tell you, knowledge का power कितना होता है. Stanford University, right? Stanford University के बाहर, in the periphery of Stanford University, because of all the startups जो उनकी वजह से होते हैं या उनसे जो लोग suggestions लेते हैं, consultancy लेते हैं, on the city of Stanford, which is very small, at the very outside of the university campus, जो business होता है, which primarily draws its consultation or primarily draws its suggestion from the university itself, is about 2.8 trillion, which is almost what is our entire economy. तो जो इंडिया की पूरी इकोनॉमी है एक साल की, उतना वो सिर्फ उस सिटी के बाहर जनरेट होता है. और कौन जनरेट करता है? वो जनरेट करने वाले हमारे और आपके जैसे टीचर्स होते हैं. They think about it, they work on the problem जिसकी इतनी वैल्यू है, या उसका अगर आप सोल्यूशन बना देते हैं तो उसकी इतनी वैल्यू है, एंड देन these companies and these service providers and organizations, they pick it up from there. पर जो पूरा कारोबार होता है, जो पूरा बिजनेस होता है स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के बाहर, वो लगभग $3 ट्रिलियन का होता है. 2.8 ट्रिलियन तो हमारी इकोनॉमी है, राइट? सो थिंक अबाउट इट, द पावर ऑफ नॉलेज दैट इज देयर, ओरिजिनल थिंकिंग, ठीक है, तो वो हमारे पास है. इट्स जस्ट दैट इट इज देयर, वी आर नॉट एबल टू अनलीश इट, वी आर नॉट एबल टू टैप इट, या हम उसको रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं या एक्नॉलेज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. सो लेट्स आइडेंटिफाई दैट. सो लेट्स आइडेंटिफाई द फेल्ट नीड. लोगों को किस चीज की जरूरत है. अगर आपने जरूरत सही पहचान ली ना, तो आप सोल्यूशन कर ही लेंगे. वी आर वेरी गुड एट इट. द होल प्रॉब्लम इज आइडेंटिफाइंग द प्रॉब्लम, द राइट प्रॉब्लम. गलत प्रॉब्लम में तो गलत, it will always be a noise. The problem will be a noise, the solution will be a noise. If you pick the right problem, you will come to the right solution. Student generate the fund. They go, they meet, they generate, because there is this zeal. उस zeal को आप यहाँ tap कीजिए. Go do something for the community. Bring the community in. I'll tell you, one such fund is the innovation fund. You know, every gram panchayat, every district administration or gram panchayat, every district administration receives a fund by the name of innovation fund. 14 finance committee में है. वो बहुत loosely use होता है, मतलब क्योंकि कुछ innovation में कोई claim नहीं करता, I assume नहीं होता होगा, तो वो जनरली बहुत अच्छा रिपोर्ट उसका नहीं आता, या तो वो अनयूज्ड वापस चला जाता है, या वो किसी और कामों में यूज हो जाता है. तो वो एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है, आप उसको टैप कर सकते हैं. नॉट नेसेसरीली कि वो डीएम आपको दे वो पैसा, लेकिन आप बता तो सकते हैं कि भाई उस पर्टिकुलर गांव में जो कि आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आता है, दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम आई हैव आइडेंटिफाइड, दिस इज द प्रपोज्ड सॉल्यूशन, इफ नॉट मी यू गो एंड डू इट. इसमें तो अकाउंट्स का भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. अदरवाइज द मोमेंट यू स्टार्ट ट्रांसफरिंग मनी फ्रॉम one hand to other, there are accounts issues, there are so many things that get into play. ठीक है, आप हमको मत दो, हमने आपको नॉलेज दिया है कि हमने वहां काम किया, we have identified this and we feel like कि इस पर्टिकुलर गांव में एक ये वाटर सोल्यूशन हो सकता है, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये एक सोल्यूशन है. yesterday, day before yesterday we read how in Telangana one entire village suffered because of water contamination, right? तो ऐसी चीजें हैं जिस पे आप सोल्यूशन दे सकते हैं और हम काम कर सकते हैं. तो innovation fund is one. Please get in touch with your district administration of the villages that you are working with कि वो अपने innovation fund को किस तरीके से use कर रहे हैं. Can you have a better suggestion for usage of that innovation fund? So that could be one thing. And the very last point, as you can see here, the selected PI will work with state government, district authorities, Panchayati Raj institutions, government bodies, non-government bodies, identifying a suitable solution for the improving the social and economic well-being of the rural community. So that's what we aim. And this is how the network looks like. As you can see, it's a very dense network. The footprint is available across the length and breadth of the country. We are about 2,700 institutes, and going a little slow because of this pandemic. But हाँ, तो ये UBA phase 1 में था, कम लोग थे. UBA phase 2 में, as you can see, it's a very dense network now, and it is not that we are working very hard. अभी वो थोड़ा सा, like I said, because of the pandemic thing, things are a little slowed down. Making it interactive. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक PI दूसरे PI के साथ काम नहीं कर सकते. If you felt like somebody has done a good piece of job and other want to replicate it, please do it. There's no point in reinventing the wheel again and again. एक किसी ने अपने एरिया में, महाराष्ट्र में अगर किसी ने अच्छा काम किया, आपके पड़ोस वाले RCI के अंडर भी वो PI अगर आता है और उसको लगता है कि हाँ उसने एक गांव आपके पड़ोस का है, उसका एक अच्छा रिजल्ट आया है, and we want to replicate it, please go ahead. Objective तो सबका विकास है. Everybody should be developed, right? And for that, whatever opportunities are there, whatever routes are there, let's do that. So normally, procedure जो UBA, it's a voluntary scheme. The procedure follow होता है, something looks like that. You identify the village where you want to work, and here it's like, the early bird gets the worm. कि आप जितनी जल्दी आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे, आपको अपने पास का विलेज मिल जाएगा. अदरवाइज ऐसा हो सकता है that the village which is in your vicinity has already been taken up by some other institute. So please identify those 5 villages. Make the application. Who kind of is shortlisted or who is qualified and who is not qualified is the criteria which Ministry of Education decides. यहाँ तक हमारा कोई रोल नहीं होता. उनको अप्रूव करने के sorry. उनको अप्रूव करने के बाद वो लिस्ट हमें हैंड ओवर कर देते हैं. दिस इज वेयर our kind of an involvement starts. So application and shortlisting, approval, till the approval thing is done through Ministry of Education. So they keep record of all those things. उसके बाद जब उसको operational issue आता है कि उसको operate कैसे करना है, now that they have become an Unnat Bharat Abhiyan member, they hand over the institute to us, and from there on we work together. Participating institute, as I told you, the moment you are handed over to us, the participating institute, we release you grant at the rate of 10,000 rupees per villages. That means you get up to a maximum of 50,000 rupees here. And this 50,000 is primarily, to visit the villages, conduct survey, appraisal, rural appraisal करने के लिए, attend gram sabhas and prepare GPDP. इन सारी चीजों को facilitate करने के लिए ये 10,000 rupees per village के हिसाब से आपको दिया जाता है. And make a big team. I'll tell you, if you go to our website, वहाँ पे एक best implementation award का questionnaire रखा हुआ है, right? Please look for it. And if you study the questionnaire, you would see that how strongly we recommend to have more students from various discipline. ऐसा नहीं है कि आप engineering, आप electrical engineering के हैं तो आपके सारे बच्चे सिर्फ electrical engineering के ही हैं, right? Those who are UBA volunteers. So try to have them from different disciplines. Similarly, faculty members from different disciplines. एक तो coordinator, co-coordinator हो गए, but in the team there could be many. To design the solutions, you need input from many streams. जितने लोग साथ में मिलके काम करेंगे, शायद हम उतना अच्छा solution design कर पाएंगे. So to facilitate all those things, we pay you. We release about 10,000 rupees per village to the participating institute. Now. GPDP जैसे आप बना सकते हैं. One thing could be, many of the gram panchayats, they are not really, I'm not saying all of them, but technically वो इतने sound नहीं होते, इतना vision नहीं हो पाता है कि उस चीज को कैसे हम communicate करें. And this is where teachers have a benefit. Being a teacher, what we are really good at is how to communicate, because this is the job we do day in and day out in our classrooms, right? We communicate. वो knowledge को हम transfer करते हैं through communication to our student. So in a way, we are a better communicator because we are experienced. This is what we are doing in our classrooms, right? तो उनका जो GPDP है, उसको आप अच्छे तरीके से, हम कहते हैं polish करके आप लिख सकते हैं, उसको ठीक से translate कर सकते हैं in terms of action points. So that is taken as that has been taken very positively by the gram panchayats. But then they show up the GPDP or invite you to write GPDP for them only once the reputation is built, the trust is built. तो ये एक mutual benefit हो सकता है, the knowledge sharing, like I said. And as you can see here, and gram sabha attend करना बहुत जरूरी है. Felt need जो आप identify कर रहे हैं, it is important that the project that you are planning to work is vetted through the Gram Sabha. जब भी ग्राम सभा हो, 26 जनवरी 15 अगस्त को तो होती ही होती है, 2 अक्टूबर को भी होती है और जब टाइम पे भी होती है, तो जब भी ग्राम सभा हुआ पंचायत से पूछ सकते हैं कि भाई कब है, आप उस वक्त चले जाएं, सारा गांव प्रेजेंट होता है, आप उनके सामने बैठ कर डिस्कस कर लीजिए कि भाई ये हम करना चाहते हैं या ये 5 चीज हम कर सकते हैं, आप बताइए किसे करना है, राइट? सो काइंड ऑफ इन सम वेटिंग, सम ट्रस्ट बिल्डिंग इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि हम इस पे काम करना चाहते हैं। और आप देखिएगा हमारे प्रोजेक्ट जो आप सबमिट करते हैं उसमें भी ये सवाल है कि आप जो ये कह रहे हैं इज इट वेटेड थ्रू ग्राम सभा, ग्राम सभा में ये प्रेजेंट किया गया था कि नहीं किया गया था। तो जैसे मैंने बताया कि यू वर्क अराउंड द फेल्ट नीड ऑफ द कम्युनिटी, राइट? एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट देयर आर 2 फंडिंग मैकेनिज्म। वन इज डायरेक्टली थ्रू द SCG फंड, जिसमें हमारे वो 13 सब्जेक्ट हैं जिसमें हम काम करते हैं। आई एम श्योर प्रोफेसर विवेक ने बताया होगा। ऑर्गेनिक हो गया, ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर हो गया आपका, सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, रूरल एनर्जी सिस्टम्स है, लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर है, और हमने एक अदर्स करके भी कैटेगरी बनाई है जिसमें कि जो भी 12 कैटेगरीज में आपको लगता है कि फिट नहीं हो रहा है उसको आप अदर्स में डाल देते हैं। एंड इफ यू रिमेंबर द कोविड प्रोजेक्ट वी हैव मेड एज अ स्पेशल सबसेक्शन ऑफ अदर्स। सो द कोविड वाला प्रपोजल जो उसको हम अदर -COVID-19 करके लिखते हैं, राइट? सो ऑल दोज थिंग्स वी पुट इन देयर। सो इट्स लाइक यू कैन वर्क अराउंड प्रीटी मच एवरीथिंग। अगर वो 12 कैटेगरी में नहीं आ रही है तो आप उसको अदर्स में डाल दीजिए, ठीक है? और उसमें 2 तरीके के फंडिंग है। वन इज अबाउट 1 लाख रुपीज एंड वन इज 50,000 रुपीज। इफ यू आर डिजाइनिंग अ न्यू सोल्यूशन, टेक्निकल सोल्यूशन, यू कैन क्लेम अप टू 1 लाख। अदरवाइज अगर आप कस्टमाइज कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी है उसमें आप कुछ चेंज करना चाह रहे हैं, तो आप उसके लिए 50,000 रुपए तक मांग सकते हैं। दैट इज वन, दैट इज UBA फंड। इसमें एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बोथ फॉर यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ 10,000 रुपीज एंड फॉर दिस 1 लाख रुपीज और 50,000 रुपीज इज the directives from Ministry of Education very clearly says no asset creation for the participating institute. Means आप इस पैसे को अपने लिए यूज नहीं कर सकते, स्पेशली एसेट क्रिएशन में। ट्रांसपोर्ट वगैरह तो आप ही करेंगे, बस आप लेके जा रहे हैं, गाड़ी आप लेके जा रहे हैं, सो दीज आर वी कॉल इट एज कंज्यूमेबल, उसमें यूज हो गए। आप बच्चों को लेके जा रहे हैं, लास्ट में अगर आपके पास थोड़ा बहुत पैसा बच गया, वैसे तो नहीं बचता है पर मान लीजिए अगर बच गया, तो आप रिफ्रेशमेंट दे सकते हैं उनको, मतलब जो कि कंज्यूम हो जाए, खत्म हो जाए। लेकिन आप इसमें आप सोचें कि हम इसमें कंप्यूटर खरीद लें, हम इसमें फर्नीचर खरीद लें अपने सिटिंग्स के लिए, देन दैट इज not recommended here, right? So no asset creation for the participating institute. And I'm saying it to you at the very upfront, क्योंकि कई इंस्टीट्यूट ने किया, उनका फिर अकाउंट से ऑब्जेक्शन आ जाता है, फिर हम आपको वापस भेजते हैं, फिर आप दोबारा अपना बना के भेजते हो, तो unnecessarily we all get into trouble और डिले होता है। So please try not to create any asset for yourself, right? So that is very mandatory. This is for all the UBA fund. Now, ये जो दूसरा हमने आपको बताया थ्रू कन्वर्जेंस, where you write proposal and you seek funding, ये आपकी मेहनत है। यहाँ पे आप प्रपोजल लिख रहे हैं, लेकिन आप अंडर द UBA बैनर लिख रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि भाई अंडर UBA उन्नत भारत अभियान हमने ये 5 गांव आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं और इनमें से इस पर्टिकुलर गांव में या 5 गांवों में मैं ये काम करना चाहती हूँ। लेट्स से दैट ये काम इज रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग। आई वांट टू डू रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग क्योंकि यहाँ बारिश बहुत होती है, व्हाटएवर रीजन यू आर पुटिंग अप, और मुझे इसके लिए काम करना है। एंड यू आर राइटिंग टू द लोकल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्ट्री, ठीक है? और वो आपको जितना भी आपने मांगा 10 लाख 15 लाख 20 लाख वो आपको दे देते हैं। जब आप प्रपोजल सबमिट करते हो उस वक्त ही आप 10 लाख तो आपने मांगा है, तो आप ब्रेक डाउन भी देते हैं कि आप मुझे 10 लाख देंगे, मैं उसमें से 5 लाख तो कंस्ट्रक्शन में लगाऊंगा, 2 लाख मेरी जो भी मैं मैन पावर हायर करूंगा उसकी सैलरी होगी, 50-60 हज़ार रुपए आप कंटिजेंसी में रखते हैं कि आपको पता नहीं होता है, लास्ट मिनट पे कुछ खर्चा आ जाता है, और ऐसे ही आप 1-1.5 लाख का कुछ और खर्चा दिखाते हो, इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन वगैरह या कुछ भी, राइट? तो आप 10 लाख का खर्चा उनको बना के देते हैं और आपकी उस 10 लाख की बेसिस पे अक्सर फंडिंग एजेंसी 1-1.5 लाख रुपए कम कर देती है और आपने 10 मांगा है तो वो आपको 8 देती है और फिर वो कह देगी कि 60 को आपको ऐसे 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 यूज करना है, तो आप उसी डायरेक्शन के हिसाब से यूज करते हैं। लेकिन वहां पे जो रूल्स हैं कैसे आप पैसे को यूज करेंगे, क्या करेंगे, अब यूबीए का इसमें इतना रोल नहीं है क्योंकि ये फंड आपने खुद जनरेट किया, दो यूबीए ने आपको प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है, राइट? यूबीए हैज गिवन यू द प्लेटफॉर्म और द अम्ब्रेला एंड काइंड ऑफ इन रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, जिसके तहत आप दूसरी फंडिंग एजेंसी से, चाहे वो CSR फंड भी हो सकता है, आपके पास कोई कंपनी है आप उनसे मांग सकते हैं, आपका कोई एल्यूमिनाई है जो किसी कंपनी में काम कर रहा है, जैसे हम अपनी बात करें, so we work in we have 4 or 5 village cluster, and for one of our village cluster For all our 4 village clusters, we have not taken even a single fund from Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. That's a voluntary decision that IIT Delhi has taken, that since we are NCI also, हम अपने PI रोल के लिए कोई भी पैसा उन्नत भारत से नहीं लेंगे, हम नहीं लेते हैं। तो फिर हमारी एक्टिविटीज कैसे फंड होती हैं? हमारी एक्टिविटीज के लिए हम CSR से फंड लेते हैं। ONGC ने अभी हमें बहुत बड़ा फंड दिया, एक पर्टिकुलर क्लस्टर के लिए, दूसरे के लिए नहीं दिया क्योंकि वो उनके डोमेन में आता है, राइट, जहाँ पे वो लोग काम करते हैं उसके आसपास आता है, तो उन्होंने हमें वहां के लिए दिया। दूसरे के लिए हमने दूसरे जगह से फंड लिया। सो वी जनरेट आवर ओन फंड, राइट। सो एक जगह वहां हमारा एल्यूमिनाई है, वो अब एक सीनियर पोजीशन पर है, CSR विंग देखता है, तो उसने हमें फंड दिलवा दिया अपने उसमें से थोड़ा। बहुत बड़े बड़े नहीं आते हैं, कहीं से 5 लाख मिलता है, कहीं से 7 लाख मिलता है, राइट। बट वी ट्राई टू जनरेट आवर ओन फंड, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से। लेकिन ये बेनिफिट होता है कि जब आप अपना फंड जनरेट करते हैं ना, तो फिर आप अपने टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस पे उसको यूज भी करते हैं, राइट। सो दैट्स वी वेरी स्ट्रांगली प्रमोट कि आप अपना प्रपोजल्स लिखिए, उन्नत भारत अभियान के तहत लिखिए और उसको फंड करवाइए। और अपने यहाँ पे आप NGO को भी ऑन बोर्ड ले सकते हैं, और जो NGO आपके साथ आई है आप उसको भी दे सकते हैं पैसे। यहाँ पे आप नहीं दे सकते हैं। SCG का फंड अगर आपके पास आया है, उन्नत भारत अभियान सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप, दिस वन, ये अगर आपके पास आया है तो इसका यूटिलाइजेशन सिर्फ हम आपसे लेंगे। आप हमें ये नहीं दिखा सकते हो कि मैंने जो आपको 1 लाख रुपए NCI ने दिया उसमें से आपने 50,000 X इंस्टीट्यूट को ट्रांसफर कर दिया, दैट इज नॉट अलाउड। वो इंस्टीट्यूट वॉलंटरली आपके साथ काम कर सकती है। आप किसी गांव में जाते हैं, वहां पे एक नॉन गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑलरेडी काम कर रही है, बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रही है, आप उनके साथ जुड़ जाते हैं, वो वॉलंटरली आपको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, राइट। लेकिन आप उनको फंड नहीं ट्रांसफर कर सकते, ये वाला फंड नहीं ट्रांसफर कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पे जब आप कन्वर्जेंस के थ्रू खुद लिख रहे हैं तो आप लिख सकते हैं कि मेरे साथ ये पर्टिकुलर NGO काम करेगा और उसके 2 मैन पावर को मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, या वट एवर इट इज, राइट। तो वो बिटवीन फंडिंग एजेंसी और आपके बीच की बात है कि आप लोग कैसे उस काम को, which terms and condition we are agreeing. यहाँ पे we already, terms and conditions are very well defined, and like I told you, no asset creation, no transfer of fund. These 2 things are very important to remember. ठीक है, तो एज यू कैन सी ये कुछ ग्राम सभाज हैं जो कि हमारे PI कंडक्ट कराते हैं, जैसे कि आपको दिख रहा है, जब भी ग्राम सभा होती है तो वो लोग जाते हैं वहां पे, अटेंड करते हैं। आउटकम क्या है हमारा? हमने 2 क्रेडिट कोर्स ऑलरेडी बनाया हुआ है कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट का, अप्रूव्ड है, AICTE ऑलरेडी देयर है, एवरीथिंग। कोरोना की वजह से चीजें थोड़ी सी स्लो डाउन हो गई है, but you would see that it is being translated into credit work for students as well. बच्चे जो engage हो रहे हैं उनको भी benefit होना चाहिए। कोई भी काम अगर हम कर रहे हैं, then every stakeholder must be benefited. गांव अगर एक stakeholder है तो हमारे students भी एक stakeholder है। वो अगर community में जाके काम कर रहे हैं तो उसका कहीं ना कहीं reflection होना चाहिए। आप वर्ल्ड की जितनी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी में चले जाएंगे, वहां पे एडमिशंस के लिए ही एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्राइटेरिया होता है कि आपने कम्युनिटी में सर्विस कितना किया है। हमारे यहाँ वो चीज उतनी स्ट्रांगली रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं होती है, उनके यहाँ बहुत स्ट्रांगली रिफ्लेक्ट होती है। लोग जाके, मतलब इवन फॉर देयर प्रोफेशनल ग्रोथ वो कम्युनिटी में जाके काम करते हैं क्योंकि इसके पॉइंट्स हैं। ठीक है, तो स्टार्टिंग स्टेप वुड बी लेट्स स्टार्ट अ क्रेडिट कोर्स, जहाँ पे कि बच्चे जो काम कर रहे हैं उसको हम रिकॉग्नाइज करें कि हाँ भाई उन्होंने इस तरीके से काम किया। स्लोली वी विल गो टू अदर सेक्टर्स एज वेल, बट UGC and AICTE has agreed and they have formulated also very soon into existence. Now गांव के लिए तो हम काम कर ही रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी हमने अब हमारी बच्ची फैकल्टी, what is it that we are doing for our faculty? Now we are very strongly advocating with Ministry of Education कि हमारी जो फैकल्टी उन्नत भारत अभियान में इन्वॉल्व है या जो भी फील्ड में काम कर रही है, उसका बेनिफिट उनके प्रमोशन में, उनके अप्रेजल में आना चाहिए, वो रिफ्लेक्ट होना चाहिए। अगर फैकल्टी अपना समय दे रही है, अगर फैकल्टी अपनी नॉलेज को कम्युनिटी के लिए पॉजिटिवली यूज कर रही है, सबसे बड़ी चीज समय दे रही है। देखिए नॉलेज तो हम देते ही हैं, वो तो उसके लिए अगर हम चार्ज करें, उसके लिए हम बेनिफिट मांगे तो वो कहीं ना कहीं एथिकल नहीं होगा। लेकिन जो हम समय दे रहे हैं कम्युनिटी के लिए, क्योंकि वो हमारे पास वो लिमिटेड है, वो चाहे आप कंट्री के प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो या कोई भी हो, समय इज लाइक ऑल ऑफ अस हैव दिस 24 आवर्स ओनली, राइट। तो अगर हम अपना समय दे रहे हैं, इनकी वर्च्यू है वो करना चाह रहे हैं, पॉजिटिवली इन्वॉल्व है, विजिबिलिटी एक दूसरी फैकल्टी जो कम्युनिटी में काम नहीं कर रही है और आप मे बी आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, आप पेपर लिख रहे हैं, जिससे सिवाय नंबर ऑफ पब्लिकेशन बढ़ने से कोई बेनिफिट नहीं हो रहा है, ट्रांसलेट नहीं हो रहा है, there's no point. और हम किसी को promotion उसी basis पे दे रहे हैं कि आपने कितने paper publish कर लिए. So these are like going in wrong directions. It's not converging. So we are very, and I must tell you, Ministry of Education is very pertinent about this thing. They have taken full cognizance कि आपका काम society के लिए होना चाहिए, irrespective of what field we are coming from. आप उन्नत भारत से में involve हैं, आप या core, you know, आप scientific काम कर रहे हैं, आपके काम से society कितनी benefit हो रही है. You have to link it now. It will very soon, you will see that they have come. They are very क्या कहते हैं उस चीज को, focused about it. इसके लिए भी हमारा proposal in place. And if you have any suggestion, by all means write to us, because we are seeking solution, suggestions for it कि भाई faculty appraisal में हम कैसे involve करें जो आपका community work हो रहा है. Do you have a formula? Do you have a suggestion? If you have any, please write to us. ठीक है, because like I said, हमारी अभी 2 हफ्ते पहले पोखरियाल जी के साथ जो कि ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर है एजुकेशन से मीटिंग थी, तो वो इस चीज पे लिए बहुत ही कीन थे. उन्होंने कहा जो काम कर रहा है उसको उसका रिकॉग्निशन मिलना चाहिए, और आप लोग बताइए कि उसे हम कैसे लेकर आए. पेपर का बड़ा आसान होता है, इट्स वेरी इजी, नंबर ऑफ पेपर मल्टीप्लाइड बाय दिस एंड हियर इज अ नंबर. लेकिन जब आप फील्ड की बात करते हैं तो एक आदमी सिर्फ जाके घूम के आ जा रहा है, एक जाके काम कर रहा है, समय दोनों ने उतने ही लगाए. तो उसको हम थोड़ा सा कैसे मॉडरेट करके, रेगुलेट करके उस अप्रेजल का पार्ट बना सके. इफ एनी वन ऑफ यू हैव एनी सजेशन, please write to us, right? So anyway, the point I'm trying to make that we are working in this direction, right? So ये कुछ एक चीजें हैं जो कि almost ready हैं, ready to roll. Had the corona not been there, probably ये roll out हो चुका होता. नहीं तो next academic year से तो ये I'm confident that it will come out. Yes. So with this, I would like to end. If there is any question, I'll be happy to take it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam, for your very inspiring talk on UB. Now, More sir will ask some questions who will ask by the participants. So, I request to More sir, if you have any questions to ask on this topic.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Ma'am, there is some questions asked by the participants on YouTube Live, and also they have sent their questions on my personal WhatsApp. One of the PI asked about they have prepared a proposal as per the problems identified in the villages, and they need to submit it for the NCI for the approval. But while he asked me about whether he need to make a proposal as per the Gram Panchayat development plan, or individually he can send for the NCI for the approval.
Okay, so the point is we have the format with us, right? I think everybody has seen the format, right? It's a one-page format. I see a lot of noise at the background. So there is one-page format here. उस पे लिखा हुआ है. It is very clearly says what is the what is it that you want to do, and who are the beneficiaries. One thing I would like to mention here is कि we sit through all these project review. जैसे आप project को submit करते हैं ना, you identify which subject area you will be working in. If you go to SCG thing, you would see all those things, right? वो format दिया हुआ है, एक पेज आपको लिखना है. Beneficiary कौन है? बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें 3 होती हैं जिसको आपको ध्यान रखना है, जिसकी वजह से कि आपका प्रोजेक्ट आपके पास वापस आ जाता है रिव्यू के लिए. One is when you don't provide the budget breakdown, how you plan to use that money, even if it is a small amount of, let's say, 50,000. Like I told you, it's a government money, right? We are accountable for even the last paisa which is there. So how you plan to use that money? आप broadly बोल दीजिए कि 50,000 में से हम 10,000 इसमें यूज करेंगे, 5,000 हम इसमें यूज करेंगे, whatever, right? So you can do that. One is the budget breakdown. Second is the beneficiary. आप जो ये proposal कर रहे हैं उससे benefit कौन हो रहा है? Third thing, let's say if at all your proposal says कि आपको उसे demonstrate करना है एक site पे, आप करके दिखाएंगे. Try to demonstrate, क्योंकि आपसे पूछा जाएगा, अगर आपने नहीं लिखा है तो आपसे पूछा जाएगा, and it will add to delay, फिर आपका 3 महीने proposal review में चला जाता है कि लोकेशन क्या होगी. तो आप पहले लिख दीजिए कि मैं इसे जो पब्लिक फोरम है गांव का, जैसे कि ग्राम सभा हो गया, अब ग्राम बिल्डिंग हो गई उनकी, या प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर हो गया या स्कूल हो गया, उन जगहों पे हम इसे डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करेंगे. प्लीज डोंट डेमोन्स्ट्रेट इट ऑन एनीबडीज प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी. क्योंकि हमारे पास होता क्या है, कोई करता है, कोई शिकायत भी करता है कि भाई फलाना कॉलेज ने उनके घर पे लगवा दिया ना. किसी के प्राइवेट इसके लिए आपको फंड नहीं मिला है. आपका इंटेंशन सही हो सकता है, पर अननेसेसरली somebody played smart with you and you just played victim to it. आपको नहीं पता चला, राइट? तो इन चीजों का ध्यान रखिएगा कि आप किसी के प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी पे मत कीजिए. अगर आपको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना ही है, डू इट ऑन वन ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट लैंड. एंड आई टोल्ड यू, स्कूल कुड बी वन, प्राइमरी स्कूल, प्राइमरी हेल्थ, ग्राम पंचायत का बिल्डिंग हो गया, स्कूल हो गया, जिसपे कि कोई पर्सनल क्लेम ना कर सके. आप मेहनत भी कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, और कोई कहे कि भाई आप उनको इसलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आप उनको जानते हैं या वट एवर इट इज. सो देयर इज नो पॉइंट गेटिंग इनटू दोज काइंड ऑफ अननेसेसरी इश्यूज, राइट? तो बेनिफिशियरी आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए जिससे कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग बेनिफिट हो, और पैसे को प्रॉपरली यूज कीजिए. पहले ही बता दीजिए हमें कि आप कैसे यूज करेंगे. और स्टिल मान लीजिए कि इसके बावजूद भी ये होता है कि नहीं, हमें प्राइवेटली ही किसी के लैंड पे करना पड़ेगा. कई प्रपोजल्स होती हैं ऐसे, तो उसमें द सजेशन हैड बीन, आप ऑफिस ऑर्डर मांग सकते हैं एनसीआई से कि करीब 20 से 25% इन्वेस्टमेंट इन दैट केस मस्ट कम फ्रॉम द प्राइवेट ओनर. मान लीजिए कुछ आप स्टिल ऐसा कर रहे हैं जिसमें कि आपको नहीं, क्योंकि आपको मॉनिटर करना है, देखना है, वट एवर इट इज, तो उनका इन्वेस्टमेंट होना चाहिए और उसका आपको प्रॉपर फॉलो करना चाहिए कि भाई हम ये करना चाहते हैं, कौन कौन कोई वॉलंटियर करने को तैयार है क्या. हो सकता है जिसके आप कर रहे हैं वो सिर्फ 20% दे रहा हो सकता है दूसरा आपको 50% भी देने को तैयार हो कि ठीक है 50% मैं दे देता हूँ. तो दैट्स व्हाट आई सेड कि आप सारी चीजों को ग्राम सभा में डिस्कस करके, सो दैट आपकी इज्जत पे ये नहीं आना चाहिए. आपका इंटेंशन अच्छा है, वो बिल्कुल वेरीफाई और सर्टिफाई हो जाता है एक बार आपने उसे ग्राम सभा में प्रेजेंट कर दिया कि भाई आप लोगों से बात करके सब करके हमने ये काम किया है.
Thank you, ma'am. There is one question, that is, what are the primary requirements to register as a PI?
आपके पास एक AISHE कोड होना चाहिए जो कि ऑल इंडिया सर्वे ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन के थ्रू मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन ने दिया होगा. वो मैंडेटरी है. उसके अगर वो आपके पास नहीं है तो आप UBA नहीं ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं. और वो मेरे ख्याल से जितनी भी ऑथराइज लीगल हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट है वो सबके पास है. वो एक चीज है. दूसरी, अभी जो आपके पास कितने स्ट्रेंथ है कॉलेज का, कितने बच्चे हैं, अगर आपके पास मान लीजिए बहुत ही छोटा कॉलेज और नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स, मेरे ख्याल से शायद अभी उन्होंने 200 रखे हुए हैं या शायद 400, आई एम नॉट श्योर ऑफ द नंबर. अगर आप उससे कम है तो आपके नंबर वो क्यूमुलेटिव होके ना, वो सबका नंबर जुड़ के लास्ट में आपका एक पासिंग स्कोर आता है. अगर आप उस नंबर स्कोर को पास करते हैं तो आप UBA इंस्टीट्यूट बन सकते हैं. अगर आप पासिंग स्कोर आपका नहीं आ रहा है तो आप नहीं बन सकते हैं. Like I said, all these criteria is decided by Ministry of Education.
Ma'am, one question is there. Is there any provision to tie up with government's department? Because
personally आप कर सकते हैं. आप कर सकते हैं. आप अपने बेसिस पे, आप अगर UBA इंस्टीट्यूशन है आप उन्हें लिखिए, आपका स्टेट का हो चाहे आपके सेंटर का हो. I am an UBA institution. I am working in these 5 villages and this is the problem I have identified. और आपका डिपार्टमेंट इस तरीके से हमें हेल्प कर सकता है. So
is there is there any direction which is provided from sent by the MHRD to this government department?
आपको जैसे ही आप PI बनते हैं आपको एक लेटर मिल जाता है हमारी तरफ से, साइंड बाय MOE, राइट, which is kind of an authorization and which speaks for genuineness of yourself कि भाई आप genuinely you are working for the community. आप कर सकते हैं. स्कीम्स कौन कौन सी है मैंने आपको भी बताया कि आप समन्वय पोर्टल पे जाके देखिए आपके स्टेट में कौन कौन सा वेलफेयर स्कीम चल रहा है, वो सब वहां पे दिया होता है.
थैंक यू. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू. प्रोफेसर मोरे, कैन
थैंक यू मोरे सर. या कंटिन्यू मैडम.
If you permit, I have to leave because there is a parallel, very important meeting happening.
Ma'am, I am very much thankful.
This is last
lecture. I am very much thankful on the behalf of RCI, Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, and the VNIT Nagpur for your kind cooperation and very inspiring lecture on the topic. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I am also thankful to the Professor Vivek Kumar sir for guiding us on this occasion. I extend my sincere thanks to all the invitees and the participants for this program. With the permission of chair, this program is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all participants for your kind cooperation and patiently listening. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay, More sir. Hello, More sir.
Hello.
Shall we over, sir?
Yeah. Yes, sir.